Good morning, people of the RIPE Address Policy Working Group. Hope you all had a lovely time last night, and we have a fun-packed agenda for today. I'm going to start with something that is not on the agenda. The RIPE NCC has requested that we remind you that if you are a RIPE NCC member and you want to attend the AGM, you need to register before the deadline. Apparently, some people have struggled with the 2FA requirement. If you have not set up 2FA and you want to register for the AGM, either try setting it up now early this morning or email agm@ripe.net so that you aren't disappointed by not being registered for the AGM. Or, of course, speak to a member of the RIPE NCC staff and maybe they can help you. That is the non-scheduled part, and now we will start with the agenda. Here we go. So, welcome everyone. This is a hybrid session. There are people here in the room. There were something like 30 odd people online on Meet Echo when I last looked. If you are on Meet Echo, you're welcome to participate. You can raise your hand to speak, or you can leave a comment. And of course, if you're in the room, there is the chat on Meet Echo, so you can chat about the session in Meet Echo. We have a code of conduct. The goal is to make everyone feel comfortable and welcome. Essentially, it boils down to please be polite to everyone and treat them with respect, much like you would in a workplace. We have scribes, we have stenography, and we also have people from the RIPE NCC who will be taking minutes of this session. We want to extend our thanks to them. The work they do is incredibly valuable. I've been using the stenography all week, and I love it. So, the stenography will probably arrive shortly. So, a businessy item. We have the minutes from RIPE 87. They were published in January. There were no comments on the minutes. Can we accept the minutes as published? Does anyone object? Going once, going twice, gone. Okay, so we accept the minutes from RIPE 87. Thank you very much to the people at the RIPE NCC who took those minutes. This is our agenda for session 1. We're starting with the chair selection. There'll be an ASOAC update, registry services update, policy update, and then we have some discussion about IPv6 PI policy. At the end of session 1, there will be coffee, followed by session 2, where we'll have more about PI policy from a slightly different angle. A slight follow-up on yesterday's ASN assignment issues discussion in the plenary. And we'll just mention some work that is going on to improve coordination with government-adjacent organizations, specifically law enforcement, and then the open microphone. So, let's start with the chair selection. Chair selection, we wrote to the working group and said, does anyone want to be a chair? And Eric and Alex said, yes, they would like to be co-chairs. We have 2 seats, we have 2 candidates. Does anyone want to make a comment? I think the consensus of the room is that everyone is happy with Eric and Alex. So congratulations, Eric and Alex. Have you decided between yourselves who will take the 2-year term and who will take the 3-year term? Eric is volunteering to take the 2-year term. That means Alex has the 3-year term. Okay. We have completed agenda item A. I will leave the stage and invite Herve to come up here and give an update on the ASO-AC.
Thank you, Leo, and good morning, everybody. So happy to be there this morning. So with a very crowded, nearly crowded room, I will say. So I will talk about the ASO-AC per se. So the ASO is one of the supporting organization of the ICANN related to addressing. So the ASO is composed of two bodies. So there is the NRO-EC, which is who is a group of the currently four CEOs of the regions, and the ASO-AC, so the council elected by the community and the executive board. But I will talk about that just after. Okay. So we are talking about the body which is called of the ASO, which is called the ASO Address Council. It's a number resource policy advisory body because one of our tasks is to advise the ICANN board of directors or what happened is this field, and so regarding policy. And we are here if there is a global policy, so per se a policy which is common to all of the regions and related to IANA things, etc. So we are here to check if the process was solid in a good way, and if so the global policy can be accepted. We advise the ICANN board, as I said. So the global policy development process. We appoint two directors of the ICANN board, and we appoint one member to the nomination committee, to the ICANN nomination committee. So it's a committee who elect or choose other important people, I would say, within the ICANN. We meet remotely every month, and we'll say that. So I will say that so due to important work we have to do this year, we are more meetings, and there is normally one face-to-face meeting, and generally is during the first ICANN meeting of the year. Okay, so it's a body comprised normally of 15 people, but we are currently 11, only 11. None from the Afrinic because so due to the current situation, there's no election possible in that body. And so for the RIPE NCC, so we are two, but so there could be election in November, so to fill so the seat for that. And so for this year, I am the chair, and two vice chair, Nicole Chan from the Apenic region and Ricardo Patara from the LACNIC region. Okay, so I said so we have a role in the to check the policy development process. So three people are in this sub working group with the ASO-AC. Dima from the APNIC, Nick Nugent from the ARIN, and Jorge Fila from the LACNIC. We try to be as transparent as possible in our work. That's a very important focus we have. So we have as I say, the face-to-face meeting. So it happened in Puerto Rico this year, in the beginning of March. You have mailing list. So in the slides I have, you have all the links to that. So it's open. You have archives, so you can read all you want about that. We have monthly teleconference. So normally the first Wednesday at 12 p.m. UTC. So one more time, so you can join the Zoom call because it's Zoom. And if there are other regional meeting or ICANN conference, so the date and the slot can be adapted. And so you have the link to the calendar as well. Okay, so I said that one of our function is to appoint people to the ICANN board of director. So currently, so we have Alan Barrett, who was the former CEO of the Afrinic, for the seat 9, and Christian Kaufmann, I think all you know him. in this room, so is for the set 10, and is from the RIPE NCC region by definition. And for the nomination committee, we have Randa Silva from the ARIN, so for this year term. Okay, recent activities. So because of the lack of people so we have in the council, we wanted to be sure that we can fulfill our functions. So we have reviewed our operational procedures, so to be sure to have the quorum, to have something, etc. And so it was finally approved and by the SOAC and then by the NROAC, so the group of the 4 directors, in the last October. So there was, so the main change was a new definition for the quorum, so to clarify SOAC's responsibility regarding the global policy development, a clear chapter regarding the voting process we have, because there were a lot of definition around that, so it was important to simplify that, etc. And one more time, so there is a link to the operational procedure. One more recent activity for the process, and it was a selection for the seat 9, because the term of Alan Barrett and so at the end of this year. So the process is so nearly finished. We are just awaiting some element from the ICANN. So it was just said that the announcement should occur around 14, 15 of May. So we have to wait perhaps a few days just to announce publicly the result of this vote. And so perhaps you heard about ICP2. So it's Internet Coordination Policy 2. So just few words of history. The ICANN was founded in September 98 with only 3 supporting organizations. So there was the addressing supporting organization, the domain name supporting organization, and the protocol supporting organization. So there was a question about the creation of the ISO after, in 99. And in 2000 and 2001, so there was a paper called ASOAC, which lists the criteria for the establishment of new regional internet registries. So one more time, at that time there was APNIC, ARIN, and RIPE NCC, so 3 regions, and so it was important to have a reflection about how to create new regional internet registries with the consent of all the communities, etc. So it was accepted in June, and at the time it was Hans Peter who was the chair of the SOAC, as I can imagine. Okay. And so because the SOAC worked closely with the NROAC one more time, so the 4 directors of the regions. So in October 2023, so the NROAC requested us, our assistance, with 2 tasks regarding ICP2, is to review first the ICP2 implementation procedures, because for now, it's just possible to create new regional internet registries, but no possibility to use this text finally to see how a region is finally ongoing, etc. So it's to adapt this text for all the life of a regional internet registry, and to strengthen and to update ICP2, because so the list of criteria was established 20 years ago. It was another word, I would say. So we have to adapt that, etc. So what's the reason why we met physically a little more than we did before? So we met in Montevideo, Uruguay is the place where the LACNIC premises are, end of January, to complete the first task. When completed the first tasks, we send that to the NROAC for their review as well. And so it's what I said just after. So the SOAC provided its feedback to the NROAC early February. When we continue to work, so in the normal face-to-face meeting, I would say, is San Juan. And so the process to review this document will be done and continue in 24 and 25 as well. So we have at that moment weekly meeting. So to be sure to have something to be sent to the NROEC at the end, and then start the process with the consultation of the different communities. So an idea of the timeline. So we have approved, of course, the timeline to review this document. Okay, so normally at the end of June, so we will be able to, so we are working on one more time. So the meeting when we work on the document are open, and there is no specific link in the SOSC website when you can read so the work we are doing. So if you have any question, etc., so you have a website in it. So so you can have information. Okay, and then during the summer, so we will try to finalize the document, and then there will be a process for the communities via a survey probably or something like that to have so for the community to have the possibility to make any comments. So one more time, it will be an open one. Important thing, so we don't reinvent the wheel for that, etc. In terms of process, so we try to be simple, to be consistent, and so the idea is to reach an agreement, an approval, and one more time, so with the agreement of the different communities, so regional communities and ICANN communities as well. Okay, so that's the rest of the timeline on review. Okay, and that's it. So so we will speak of this document tomorrow during a plenary. So one more time, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you for that. If we wanted to find out more and to track how this is being developed in advance of the public consultation, where would we go and how would we find it and what's available?
Yeah, so we are so you had the link so via the SOSC website, so you can read that, and we are still discussing so to have a more completed document so you can review as well. So because we are working on drafts. It's not easy to publish each step of the draft, etc. But so we have in mind to have the document ready, so for you to read it, of course. Yeah. Thank you.
No more questions online? I haven't seen any. No. Thank you, Herve.
Welcome.
Next up, Marco.
Good morning, everybody. It's nice to see a quite full room this early on Wednesday morning after the social. And yeah, as a little treat, I'm happy to present you the latest observations and findings from my team, the registration services. My name is Marco Schmidt, by the way, and I'm the manager of registration services at the RIPE NCC. In this overview, I want to talk a bit about IPv4 still, then about a topic IPv6 stockpiling that raised quite some interest recently, talking about ASN requests, and lastly, RIPE NCC and the PDP. But first off, a bit of IPv4. That's actually a recurring topic on my last presentations during the last RIPE meetings, looking a bit how the waiting list is developing. And when we are looking at this blue chart, which is the number of LARs currently on the waiting list, it's looking actually quite boring nowadays. So you see the number of LARs on the waiting list is now quite stable over the last 12 months or so, around 1,000. But this doesn't mean that there are no LARs joining the waiting list. Rather, we keep on handing out recycled IPv4 address space, which you can see in this green line. And the bigger jumps that you see there, that's usually 6 months after we deregister bigger amounts of IPv4 due to members that haven't paid their fee on time. And basically what these two charts show, these two graphs show, that the number of IPv6 allocations that we recycle and hand out is more or less equal to the number of LARs that join the waiting list. And As a result, also the time that members or LARs have to wait to get their allocation is now also kind of stable. It's currently 460 days or like 15 months or so. So I would say this is like a new normal on the waiting list, and I think I will not continue this segment in the next meetings because, yeah, it's just going on regularly. So far, we have handed out more than 2,000 IPv4 allocations. The LAR that is currently next in line to get the next free block is waiting there actually since January last year. If you are on the waiting list and your number is lower than 260, then good news, you will get your IPv4 block from us within the next 6 months, because that's the amount that we have currently in our counting pool, and we'll release it gradually. If your number is higher, you will have to wait a bit more. Currently, estimation is if you join the waiting list, you will have to wait between 16 to 18 months to get your block there. Moving on, IPv6 stockpiling, and if you are a reader of RIPE Labs on the interesting articles that are published there, you might have seen that picture. Any idea who this lady could be? Cassandra, yes. And for the ones that are not so deep into Greek mythology, she was living in the city of Troy. She had a gift to foresee the future, combined with the curse that nobody would believe her, which is not a good combination, because she knew that this horse in front of the walls would be trouble, but nobody believed her, and you know what happened to the city afterwards. And well, I don't want to compare myself with Cassandra. I mean, just look at the hair and so on. I did feel in the last years a bit like her, what she went through, because I presented the topic of IPv6 stockpiling several times to this working group. Just to summarize, we have a couple of members that collect a lot of IPv6 allocations in different means, partially do consultations of different LAR accounts, mostly do IPv6 transfers. And when I presented it, it was received with interest. It was a curious case, so let's look a bit more into it. Let's observe what's happening. And that's basically what we did. And what I can report, and that's also in the article that was published last week, the trend is increasing. It's speeding up, actually. We have members that even just joined a few months ago and immediately start collecting hundreds of IPv6 allocations. And we have now 14 members with more than 50 allocations, some even more than 300. And they now hold together around 9% of the V6 space that we have ever allocated to our members. And of course, often the question was, okay, what did you do with this? And we looked a bit into how much is routed, and currently a lot is still just stockpiled. It's not in use. This doesn't seem to be in use. But also a good amount is now offered to be rented out in large blocks. And the numbers are so significant, I'm not sure if you can read it, but looking at some country statistics, the top red line is from Russia. You see how many allocations have been allocated to members in that country. It kept on growing, and since around 1 year, it's going down. It actually has been reduced by around 25%. And why is that? Because quite some members from Russia transfer their allocations away to these few members, and those few members are located in other countries that you see at the bottom, like Cyprus, Seychelles, and Emirates. And as a result, the country statistics for IPv6 for these countries skyrocket, basically. I could go on and on about this topic, but if you're interested, I included here the link to that article, and just in a nutshell, all the issues that we see with this behavior is we currently don't have the insight if those V6 allocations are used according to policy. It creates quite a lot of work for my team to handle all those requests for V6 allocations, for transfer them, to retransfer them, and so on, which create costs, which is a big topic nowadays. Then those people offer like a secondary market for IPv6, and parties that will go to the secondary market are less likely to become members, which is also negative for us as a membership organization. And actually those third parties also get a bit in a risk because they become very dependent of those members and their business models. And if those third parties do some malicious activities, that can have can raise some attraction from law enforcement and can have some reputational damage. So what's the best way forward? And I was also in the article a bit exploring different options, but since then I had a couple of conversations externally and internally, and actually there is a clear path forward. And basically what we're going to do as a RIPE NCC, our application of existing policies has to evolve, and it will evolve. Because so far V6, for many last years, it was a lot about promoting V6. Get it out. Every movement of V6 around our membership is a good thing for V6 deployment. But I think it's fair to say V6 is out there. It's on the market. It is a business model. So it's time to really apply existing policies more strictly and don't make special treatments for V6 deployment. And actually, existing policies are pretty good on that one already. I'm quoting here part of the transfer policy, where it says clearly transferred resources are no different than resources provided by the RIPE NCC and should be used accordingly. And what does this mean for IPv6? Currently, if a member, if an LAR holds a V6 allocation in their account, another allocation that will come to this account should match the requirements for a subsequent allocation. And there are actually quite some good requirements there. You need to show sufficient utilization of the space that you hold already, or you must have new needs, network plans, user numbers, and so on, that cannot be satisfied with the existing address space that you have. So, and this is the approach that the RIPE NCC will take now and follow policies to the letter. Thank you. See a comment?
Yes, Jan-George 6 Connect. Thank you. It was time to do this. I've been seeing this hoarding of IPv6 prefixes for years, and I'm really happy that now things are happening. But can you go one slide back? This also applies to the LIR mergers, right? Not just the... If you merge LIRs, this is also counted as a subsequent allocation then.
Exactly. Although there, of course, we would look into it.
Or the transfer.
How it's used, yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes, you're welcome. And I think somehow there is also good news that this community was busy to promote IPv6, and I think we are there now. So it's nice to it's just another protocol that we're using. Oh, I'm sorry.
No worries. Hi, Sander Stefan speaking for myself. Thank you. Please use the freedom the policy gives you to make good implementations. And yeah, it does worry me because you see a lot of people complaining about the RIPE NCC at the moment and about the pricing and the charging scheme. And if people are now using this to bypass becoming an NCC member, and we're getting a whole like people who are basically starting their own unofficial RIR using all this accumulated space, that really scares me. That is a very, very dangerous position for the membership, because fewer members means the other members have to pay more. You get into the situation that the RIPE NCC can't do due diligence because other people are basically maintaining a hidden database for their customers. And yeah, I think this is a really bad situation that we as a community should really take seriously now.
Thank you.
Brian Nisbet, HEAnet. So, great. Again, thank you. Is there anything that can be done about all of the resources that have already been taken and transferred and hoarded?
Yeah, we definitely will also look into that one now that we have, evolved, and we will look into that. Yes.
Thank you.
Peter Hessler from Zayo. I wondered when you were investigating these entities that were subleasing and making available their address space, why their customers would go to them and not come to RIPE or to another LIR to get address space. Like, is it purely a financial thing? Is it a contractual thing? Are they, and I'm not accusing anyone legally, but are they planning to do something inappropriate, so to speak, when and want the deniability? Like, are we aware of this?
We don't have the exact insights yet. I guess those members can only answer this equivalently, but I mean, there are some indications. It might be a financial aspect, but of course it also might be an aspect that some third parties prefer this in between because of the activities that they are planning to do. But from our side, it's still quite some speculation. Maybe.
Okay, then as a comment to the working group, that as we evolve our policies for allocations to deal with the stockpiling issue, we should look into and be aware of why people would go to other sources, so we can ensure that everyone gets the best results.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. There's another question?
Jordi has his. How can I get Jordi? Can you get Jordi online? Ah, there he is. Good morning, Jordi. We don't have audio yet. Jordi, we don't have audio yet. There we are.
No.
Oh, sorry. Try that again.
Now?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Marco, I agree with your point on the way forward. I think it's very important, but as I commented in your article, I think also we should consider if the transfers should have justified need verification. Because otherwise, I am not really sure it will be so easy as you present in the slide in the screen, the way forward. I also think that in some of the cases, it seems that some of the members are going towards this path because they don't have facility for bigger allocations. And towards that, a couple of us submitted already a policy proposal, I think about 1 year ago, that the chairs still didn't allow it to go on. So I hope that we can start quickly that discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to respond to your first point, actually, the current policies allow a need evaluation for subsequent allocation. And as transferred allocations are no different, we will do the same there.
But I am not really convinced that that's applicable to the existing allocations and to the existing transfers, because it contradicts the transfers policy. So there is somehow a mismatch over there.
Yeah. So let me comment on that, Jordi. We looked at the policy for this, and it's specifically if you see the transfers as a subsequent allocation, then there is policy in place for that, and that's why the NCC is now requiring documentation on that. So we've as chairs, we looked very closely together with the NCC on this, and this is why.
There's still two people on the mic.
Sorry, I'm back again. I see your red light flashing already, but yeah, I'm Sander Stefan again, speaking for myself. When Peter asked the question, like, what are the reasons they're doing this, I suddenly realized that the stockpiling is happening in certain countries, which are also becoming more and more under sanctions at the moment. Do you see any indication that this mechanism is used to bypass sanctions?
We haven't looked deep in that yet, but it's worth looking to it a bit more deeply. But I don't have information at this moment.
Yep. Yeah, George again. To the point of Jordi, and when you responded, initial allocation for the LAR is /29 without additional documentation. Period. If the LAR receives in any possible way more space, Well, they need to explain why they need it.
Thank you, Jan. And we have a question in the queue. Maximilian, as far as I understand, assigning more than a /48 to an end user leasing requires the same diligence in terms of utilization as PI from the NCC. Will you audit large assignments from LAR to end users?
Yes, we have the audit procedure and it gives us the possibility to do that, yes.
Yes.
And there's one more.
Yeah, Tobias Fiebig, Max Planck Institute for Informatics, speaking for myself. Do you do the needs assessment for incoming IPv4 transfers?
You mean before we complete a transfer, or?
Yes.
Yeah, I think a transfer only could be completed if the policy requirements are met.
Okay, were there any rejected requests?
Sorry, so far we have been taking the more lenient, the soft approach to support V6 spreading, but
No, I was asking about IPv4.
No, not. Okay. So that's what we're going to do now.
Yeah. So to answer your question, there is a need requirement for inter-RER transfers, not for V4 regional transfers. Does that answer your question? Okay. All right, we'll take that offline.
Yeah, exactly. I have a red blinking light here, but I still have two items. I think but thank you so much for the feedback. That was very ensuring and welcome. So I will move on to the next topic.
Yeah, we'll take I have 2-3 questions here. I'll read them out and then we'll go to the
sure.
Yes. So from Elvis, maybe that's not a question. That's more a statement on the part why are they going to the LARs? That was maybe they advertise their services better than the NCC. Another remark from Elvis. What will stop them from opening an additional LAR, get V6 allocation for that LAR, consolidate, close, rinse, repeat? Well, that is basically solved with the additional documentation on the merchant acquisitions. Yes. Because it's being regarded as a secondary allocation. And what timelines are you suggesting to solve this problem? That's a question from Brian Story.
To solve the problem, I think we will need just to adjust our internal procedures and we can start very quickly, swiftly on that one.
We hear Monday. Excellent.
More or less. Okay, moving on. ASN requests, also an interesting topic and came up already a couple of times during previous presentations. During the last RIPE meeting, I reported that we wanted to abandon a temporary agreement between the Atlas Policy Working Group and the RIPE NCC to allow the issuing of 16 BTS numbers on request, despite that the policy says since 2010, actually, there should be an undifferentiated pool. We have now implemented, we have now left behind this temporary agreement and we work from an undifferentiated pool. So members and end users that request ASNs get one from the undifferentiated pool, which are currently 32 BTS numbers. And actually, I'm happy to report we got only a very few complaints and none of them had any technical merits. It was just a bit of unhappiness, but not so much as I would have expected. So happy to report that we are fully policy compliant on that one. However, there's still a bit of point of attention for ASN requests, and that's something that also my manager, James Kennedy, highlighted in an RIPE Labs article last week, and also yesterday, if you read the plenary, Radu touched upon this, and he will also talk a bit from the academic perspective on this one in the second session. Looking at the number of ASN requests, and especially dividing them requests for our members, our LARs, and requests for end users. So you see around 5 years ago, around 2/3 of the requests were for our members, 1/3 for end users. Now this has actually reversed. 1/3 is for LARs, 2/3 are for end users. So you might say, well, total numbers of requests is the same. So why are you talking about it? Because it is not exactly the same. We know our members, we screen them when they become member, we have their records on file. We don't need to do many checks if we receive an ASN request from them. End users, on the other hand, usually we hear the first time from them, we need to verify the documents, we have to put them in our tools to ensure sanction compliance, to ensure compliance with our due diligence requirements. And sometimes those requests also lack some quality. And when we ask questions, it costs time, and then even a significant amount of requests is being abandoned. We also notice that there's a significant increase of requests from natural persons to get an ASN, and only an ASN from us. And those end users are based all around the world. And why is that? Why they're coming to us? If you look a little bit through the internet, how to get ASNs, you will find actually that there are some, I call them ASN dealers, and you can find offers that you get RIPE ASN for a one-time fee, which is already interesting by itself because it's sponsoring LAR, should have an ongoing relationship and ongoing services to their sponsored end users. Some charge a low fee for getting their ASN, and one of my favorites, there's even somebody who offers a reseller package so that they get 5 ASNs and then third parties can even resell it. What is the consequence of this? So when I try to go through those AS applications that you can submit there, something that I noticed was often missing were any reference to you need to be multi-homed, which is a policy requirement. You need to use the ASN in our service region. Maybe they asked for this after the payment because I didn't buy any ASN, but so far it was not there. However, the requests that we get usually have all those policy requirements met. We get a lot of requests. They take a lot of workload of us. Some of those members submit every day several requests and are on the top of members in terms of submitted requests, several hundreds per year. And because it's so easy to request an ASN and there's currently no charge attached from the RIPE NCC, we also see a rather easy approach, and ASNs are requested and 1/3 never becomes visible or gets invisible after a very short time. But here I also included the links to the presentations of James and Radu. What is the conclusion out of this? So the current framework of RIPE policies and also the RIPE NCC membership rules, they encourage such a carefree, not to say careless, ASN number requests. And here we don't discuss fees. This will be in the afternoon at the general meeting. But last year, an ASN fee was proposed to the membership, and it was at least last year not approved. So I think the RIPE community still should look into ideas if there's anything that can be done on the policy side. And coming to the last topic, and I will keep it very short, it's just one slide, and basically some food for thought. Yes, but here I am. Currently, what we do at the RIPE NCC, we present to you, to this working group, some observations, potential issues with policies. And if you think that is a topic, then in an ideal world, policy, a community member says, okay, yes, I will do it. I will start a policy proposal. But, and that is something that we observed and you probably can confirm, making a policy proposal is quite a lot of work. You have to invest time, quite some effort, you have to be really invested, you have to be enthusiastic about the change you're proposing, and you need sometimes a quite thick skin. If you look at some discussions in the last months, it can get quite hefty. So, as we are reporting issues, the RIPE NCC, and we also actually have an invested interest, so I just wanted to float the idea here. What if the RIPE NCC can start a policy proposal? We haven't done this for a long time. And actually, I'm curious to hear some feedback on that. And I think we talked a lot about the IPv6 topic, but any feedback now? I see already people lined up on ASN numbers and on the RIPE NCC, if it should take a stronger role in the PDP. I'm very curious to hear.
Sommer.
Hello, Sander Stefan, speaking for myself. I've always been a big proponent of very relaxed rules about ASNs. I was talking to some junior people here, and they told me that easy access to ASNs and people building their own labs and getting some space and is very good also for people to get involved in this community, because it's a simple thing. We don't really have a shortage, so I don't see on that side I don't see a problem with being well, like you said, very easy going with this. At the same time, I've also always been a proposer of at least attaching some charge to an ASN, because when we were talking about the ASN policy years ago, one of the reasons that we were keeping the policy stricter was that the NCC might get overwhelmed if we made it too easy. Personally, I would rather see a small fee, because, like you said, there is work involved and etc.
We're not talking about fees here, so it's
no. But
to a conclusion.
So I would like to go to a solution there that does keep it easy for people to make them accessible to use them. And again, the same as with the V6 stockpiling, I do worry about people bypassing our system. So yeah, I think we should take this seriously, but I think for this one, the solution should be more in NCC services. On the other point where you asked, should the NCC have a more active role, propose policies? Yes, the NCC is also a part of our community. The staff at the NCC knows very well what they're talking about. And it's not like the NCC can come up with its own rules, but it can suggest things to the community that we then can see what we want to do with it. So if the NCC has good ideas, by all means, bring them to us, because I think that will be to the benefit of all.
Thank you.
So Tobias Fiebig, Max Planck Institute for Informatics, for myself. Disclaimer, I have 3 ASNs in my name, and I sponsor around about 10 end users for the ASNs. The actual issue I'm seeing is that LIRs are not taking care of their responsibility when they do sponsor an ASN. When I do sponsor an ASN, I work with that person, I tell them, and I mentor them in running something that is doing things in the GRT. And that is a lot of effort, and that would usually probably cost a lot more than the sponsoring fee of the ASN. And I think that any policy direction we are going should put more onus on the LIRs to actually do that, because that is the benefit and purpose, as Sandra said, we're seeing. It mentors young people and it brings people into the community. So if LIRs do that, yes, please. We don't need fees for that. And maybe if they don't, we need more something like a parking ticket for the LIR and not the end user. And coming to the proposal of policy requirements, I do think that it might be a feasible idea to get more traction into the process. However, I'm somewhat, well, not skeptical. I see the issue that ideally the community would be sufficiently staffed and motivated to do these policy proposals. The community not doing that is, I think, a root cause problem that also needs addressing.
Yeah. Thank you. First of all, thank you for being a good sponsoring LAR, and also about the idea with the PDP involvement. Yes, indeed, there would be not an idea that we flood the community with proposals. There would be for sure a communication with the working group chairs, for example, what is the best way forward.
Peter Hessler from ZAO. I came up to talk about ASNs, but I want to quickly answer, should RIPE-NCC take more active role in the PDP? Yes. So my question about the ASNs is, you described how the end users are all around the world. We have, RIPE-NCC is an RIR, regional internet registry. Is assigning these resources to people out of region, is that within policy? Should it be within policy? And do we need to change anything if we decide that it should be within policy?
Well, the current policy refers that ASN should be used in our region. When we get a request, we ask, especially if we see the end users based somewhere else, will you use it in our region? We ask eventually for documentation, like an agreement with a data center in our region, and we usually get it. If we do a bit more research later, and it costs actually time and effort, we see that not always what they tell us later turns out to be truth. And that's, yeah, but of course also following up on those ones, it's time and effort that we currently have to invest in other activities like serving our members.
Okay, thank you.
Miriam Kühne, RIPE Chair. Basically what others said, I welcome the last point. I think the RIPE NCC staff are definitely experts in that area. And I would just like to remind people of the RIPE document that the community has published recently about the role of the RIPE NCC in the RIPE community, where it clearly says the community welcomes the RIPE NCC as members of the community. However, on the other hand, NCC staff obviously need to be careful giving guidance to itself. So I guess in that framework, there's definitely room for more initiative, the RIPE NCC working with the community on policy improvements. Thank you.
Thank you. So last on the mic, and then we have one comment on the queue.
Emil Petersen from Fiebig, speaking for myself. As that junior who got his personal ASN some years ago, this is why I'm in this industry, because one of the big reasons, because it made it possible to play around with these things, get practical knowledge, and I'm very happy that was a possibility. So I very much like that to be keep going, and I don't hear anybody talk against it, so that's very nice. But what I needed when I made my allocation requests was some guidance on how to do this correctly. That was some of it, but I needed a very technical person by my side, who's sitting right over there, to point me the whole way on how do I set up all the right DB things and how do I announce stuff correctly without breaking the internet.
Thank you. And you describe exactly the challenge that the RIPE NCC and also the RIPE community has. On one hand, we want to make it easy to get resources for everyone who really has a good need, an invested need, without avoiding potential abuse. Thank you.
Okay. So we have a remark from Jordi stating, I think the NCC not only can, but should also work in policy proposals. It has been done already a few times, so why not now?
Thank you.
And a remark for Maximilian. Do you monitor the DMZ for unused and single-homed RIPE ASNs?
Not that actively, and it's mostly because of resources. Registration services is very busy with many ASN requests, but yeah, not actively.
And a remark from Elvis. Regarding the ASN issue, would a change in policy fix this? Thinking about something in the lines of ASNs needs to be continuously used on the internet. If an ASN is not seen in the global routing table for more than 3 months, the RIPE NCC will initiate a recovery process, take back the ASN. If the usage is not restored within 1 month, the ASN should stay in quarantine for 1 year and could be reissued to the same user if it comes back and has a need.
I mean, that's probably certain ideas for the community, for this working group to discuss, but it might be helpful.
And also a remark from Elvis regarding the PDP question. I recommend a lot of caution. You don't want the NCC to be seen as the one writing the rules it needs to follow.
Absolutely, and that's also why I just put it out as an open question here. Okay.
No more further questions, then thank you, Marco.
Thank you.
So we're running late currently due to all the discussions. Thank you, Sander. But we'll try to push the agenda a bit.
So good morning, everyone. I'm Angela Dall'Ara, Policy Officer at RIPE NCC, and I'm here for the traditional update about policy development in our region and in other regions, and to see what is on the table at the moment. We are probably running a bit late, so forgive me if I give you just the main information. I'm sure you don't mind to go to the next presentation sooner. So, first of all, what has what happened since we met each other in Rome? We implemented the voluntary transfer lock proposal, now is a policy. And now you can ask specifically to lock your resources for transfer for 6, 12, or 24 months. And we have already a couple of resources under lock, and they are listed on the web. Then in April, well, if you want to say it, yes, but I can say that we have all types of resources, and there are by 2 LARs that are waving at the moment in the room. And so this also means that if you also go through a transition or a reorganization in your company, you want to be sure that parts of your resources are not going to be transferred and so on, you can lock them and be sure that they're not going to be transferred. A thing that you have to remember, the transfer is irreversible. So think about for how long you want to keep it under lock. Then we accepted the policy proposal that adds the aggregated by LAR status for IPv4 PA assignment in April, and we are now busy implementing it. I think it's going to be ready with the next database release. These 2 policies are already in the updated documents, the IPv4 address allocation and assignment policy and the RIPE resource transfer policy. So please update your records to the new RIPE documents. Other implementations, you heard before from Marco that the transition to the undifferentiated pool for ISN numbers has been completed, and you heard everything about it. And in the database working group, they reached consensus on implementing the allocated assigned PA. I think many people are going to be happy about this, because this is going to allow people to signal that the whole allocation is assigned. Before, there was the need to create 2 separate assignments of smaller size. So now this with one single object is solving that issue. At the moment, we have no current policy proposals, so roll up your sleeves and start thinking about it. If you're not subscribed to any mailing list, you can also periodically check this page if there is something new. And if it's useful for the discussion that is going to go on later about the IPv6 policy review, I give you here the links to the previous discussions. On the mailing list of this working group, in the previous RIPE meeting, you can watch the recording, and you can also watch the recordings for the interim sessions that were held before RIPE 87. And if you want to be involved, all what you need in a policy discussion, all what you need to know is in the RIPE PDP document, in the code of conduct. Before you start discussing, it's good to have a look at it, and the list of working group mailing lists where you can follow the discussions. And then let's have a look at our colleagues in other regions. I just give you the main updates. In Africa, they are almost ready with the implementation of AS0 for ROAS regarding unallocated and unassigned address space issued by AFNIC. They're almost there. And they have these other 3 proposals that are still awaiting for ratification, but this is going to be possible only at the moment in which the board is reconstituted. In APNIC, they implemented a new policy. In APNIC, they have tiered structure for members, and they have associate members that are members that have no resources and they have only one vote in APNIC meetings. But now they are allowed to ask for a /48 PI in IPv6, provided they commit to use it within 12 months. And this has already been implemented. And then, awaiting ratification, we have a reduction of the IXP PI assignment size from to /26 is very similar to the proposal that was accepted in our region last year. And then they have another proposal to reserve a /21 in IPv4 and a /29 in IPv6 for temporary assignment. Similarly for conferences, events, and anything else that APNIC might deem appropriate. In ARIN, I'm having 2 slides. They're doing a very big, amazing job in reviewing their number resource manual. This is done by the Advisory Council, that is a group of 15 people, all volunteers, and they are reviewing the text of the manual. They have a single, in all other RAR, they have a single manual. They are reviewing the text to simplify it, but also to align it with the last changes in the distribution of resources, because at the moment they only distribute allocations. They don't do direct assignments anymore. So they have 3 proposals that are at the last stage awaiting ratification by the board of trustees, and 1 in last call until tomorrow. I'm not, let's say, a slow start is already retired, but the policy has to be updated. It is not changing anything of what is happening, it's only clarifying and simplifying the language. All this, I let you read the titles of the proposals, and here the same. These are all under discussion. Recommended draft policies are a bit further in the PDP. I highlighted the reduction of the IPv4 maximum allocation, that they want to reduce the maximum allocation to /24, and this is under discussion. I see that there is not a lot going on at the moment. There was something in February, a lot of feedback in that period. And then in LACNIC, they are going to implement, that is under implementation, a modification of the PDP. In LACNIC, they have, let's say, we have in our PDP the status withdrawn for policies that are not going through. In LACNIC, they have a status that is called abandoned, but this proposal is going to make a distinction between a proposal that is abandoned, because nothing is happening and it can stay in standby, let's say, in the list for a long time, and the withdrawn status when the proposer decides to retire the proposal from the discussion. This is awaiting implementation, and there is another proposal on the same line that is proposing to withdraw, or actually retire a proposal if it stays in the abandoned state for more than 12 months. And this is awaiting decision on consensus. I think probably tomorrow they should communicate something. Then the other policies under discussion, the first 2 are more or less tackling the same problem. In LACNIC, allocations can also only be used by in the infrastructure of the receiver, and they want to allow sub-allocations and sub-assignment in the first policy. And the second policy wants to allow temporary transfer. So you can imagine that this can go into the leasing area that has been discussed so much. The third one wants to allow DNS root service operations out of region to receive space from the critical infrastructure pool. And the legacy resource management proposal is similar to the one that has been approved in APNIC, so where legacy holders must claim the usage of the resources within a certain time, otherwise they're going to be put in the distribution pool. And then the last two are adding more details to the appeal procedure and to the introduction of proposals in the PDP. Useful links if you want to know more about other RARs in my last slides. And if you have any questions, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Angela. We do not have enough time for any questions, and since there are no people at the mic or online, thank you very much.
Thank you.
If there are any questions that might pop up later, please bring them to the mailing list. Now up for Tobias.
Should work like this. Okay, good morning everyone. Tobias here, and talking a little bit about IPv6 PI. We currently have a couple of, let me try to, so that I can actually see the slides. We currently have some operational challenges in IPv6 PI. It's getting relatively fragmented because we're getting 1/48 per end site, and there are end users with multiple end sites, and they get multiple /48s from different covering prefixes. It's sometimes a bit unclear what an end site is. So I also have seen discussions where having two sites geographically distant, so several hundred kilometers connected by a VLAN, make them one end site. Technically, it's not allowed to use 148 via multiple end sites anyway, because an assignment must be specific. It is relatively difficult to justify a larger assignment with routing needs due to a missing Oxford comma. It's unclear what is a sub-assignment and what not. There's a mix-up between the policies for LIR assigned PA to an end user and an RIR assigned PI to an end user. And there's no nibble boundary, which in general is an issue. So the suggested changes, bigger picture, should facilitate aggregation, because aggregation is always good. It should clarify some interpretable and unclear parts. It should allow the use of assignments shorter than /48 across end sites, clarify the rules for routing, and kind of preserve the very rough 1/48 per end site rule of thumb, which can be used to gauge addressing, well, not addressing needs, but prefix needs. It should introduce a nibble boundary, because nibble boundaries are cool, and it might be a good idea to test this out with PI before rolling it out for PA. And it should keep people from hoarding things like IPv6 PI or leveraging the policy to get more PI than they actually need. So, specific changes. Section 2.6, first change. Here the infrastructure gets a little bit more clarified. So we say that it is about infrastructure the ISP or end user operates, and that an assignment holder is not allowed to create further sub-assignments to another entity from address space partially or fully covering an assignment. This kind of slips in the possibility that if you kind of semi-sub-assign to yourself, like same organization, there might be ways. Coming up then is providing another entity with address space. So this is the thing that relatively harshly prevents sub-assignments. And it also prevents the assignment of static prefixes up to /128, according to the impact assessment of the last change of the IPv6 policy in regard to this point, to, for example, a server in your rack. So if you get like multi-homed and ASN and a rack and 48 PI because you have like a hobby that has grown a little bit too big, and somebody wants to put a server into your rack, it's relatively difficult to justify that you can give a static prefix, even 128, to that server. And that is being a little bit relaxed. The same goes for providing, for example, a service with multiple addresses. There is Jan's example, for example, of disabandoning ports and basically having one IP address per protocol. That would also be enabled. There are additional examples and clarifications, like that you can use PI/64s on transfer links, because some people do transfer links with 64s. Some do them with 127s, but I don't want to tell anyone how to run their network. There's a lot more wording explicitly clarifying that you cannot use PI to run a little ISP providing end user services to DSL customers in whatever town. That will need PA, and that exclusion is also made much more explicit, because before you could say, for example, yeah, well, I do have these end sites because there's this router made by TP-Link, which I put in that end site, and then, yeah, anyway, clarified. And we are also clarifying a bit the 4 assignments from a provider's allocation part, that things must be within the RIPE NCC service region topologically. Then there's a lot more clarification to end sites, and also a splitting of what rules apply to PI and PA, because at the moment there are some cross-references throughout the IPv6 PI policy, which cross-reference PA, and that sometimes hits semantic differences of PA versus PI, and then PA rules must be applied to PI, and that then is really awkward or interpretable or both, and leads to unclarity, and you don't know what you are actually dealing with when you're making a request. This also includes a clearer definition of what different routing policies means. It also clarifies that a layer 2 connection between 2 end sites does not merge them. And again, it has this clear clarification, like if you just place a single device at a user's place and provide basically internet services to them, that's not a new end site for you. In section 5.4, there's an additional clarification about what assignments we are talking about when. So this clarification that 5.4 is about PA being assigned to end users. And correspondingly, there's also clarifications that this is, for example, for assignments made by an LIR from the allocation to an end user. In the same breath, you see this little comma in the lower left, well, right from your side. That is actually the problem that kind of prevented the assignment of larger prefixes due to routing requirements, because the missing comma means that, well, entity necessitates a larger assignment, separated that syntactically, and also bound the creation of additional assignments, which wouldn't be covered by one larger one. Then there's a term, the minimum size for the assignment is a /48. Minimum is always a difficult word, because it could mean the minimum number of IP addresses or the minimum prefix length. Depending on how you interpret that, it means you can assign 48, period. So that is being rephrased. So PI assignments are made to end users for use within their infrastructure, do not require sub-assignments according to reference. And PI assignments have a prefix length of /48 or shorter, i.e. cannot be of prefix lengths 49 to 128. Just making it very explicit. Then in a newly introduced, well, in an edited 7.1, there is the general reasoning of let's try to aggregate. End users are basically put in a place where they should not get additional assignments, but get extended assignments. Routing requirements are this time around explicitly referenced. And then there is 711, 712, and 713, with 711 being the assignment on the nibble boundary. The idea here being, if you do qualify for /48, which roughly equivalents to like you have one end site, the NCC gives you a 48 and reserves a 44 for further growth. If you do have two end sites, you get a 44/40 is reserved. And of course, that introduces a point where renumbering might be necessary. But the argument is that the growth periods that are allowed for you without additional renumbering should be within the range of when it's foreseeable that you grow that much, it might actually be cheaper for you and us if you just become a member. So at the nibble boundary, and nibble boundaries make things better, period. Then we have the requesting of a larger assignment. If you do request a larger assignment, your needs are reevaluated and you do receive what you need, period. Which means that if you happen to have like 10/48s because you had 10 end sites and you do request another one, you will be reassessed and you will end up with a 44. If you're lucky, the 44 will cover a lot of the 48s you have received so far, but not necessarily. And most certainly you will not be able to extend all your 48s to 44s because nope. I'm currently not sure whether the, oh yeah, right. A very interesting mechanic I think I found is the renumbering period here, which I think is also covered in the next slide as well. Existing PI assignments, exactly. So let me go back once. So the idea is that if we have an end user that requests a new assignment or an enlarged assignment, and they do already have addresses, of course, they might have to renumber. Or if you have grown from a 48 to a 44 and then grow again, and obviously no preservation, forgot the word, sorry. No reservation is available, then you might also have to renumber. That then is, of course, always operational load. We want to reduce operational load on people. So the idea would be that you say, okay, those resources have to come back to the NCC, but you can extend the renumbering period, technically indefinitely. One might now think like, well, what does that do? Then we can just leave the resources with them. Well, it does one very important thing. It makes them resources that are mandated to be returned to the RIPE NCC. And those are the resources that are explicitly excluded from transfers in the transfer policy. So in a way, if that mechanic is implemented, it means that if an end user has such resources and is required to renumber them, freeze them and return them, they cannot transfer them elsewhere. So it's like we're not breaking what they're currently doing with it, but they can't do something new with it because they got new addresses for that. And of course, there's also provisions for end users who already do have PI and who want, well, or who will re-aggregate. Yeah, this is also more verbose policy text on the return mechanic. Currently missing are a couple of minor things. So there should also be a provision in there to allow assignment holders to request re-aggregation without new addressing needs. So if you currently have, and I know of these cases, a person who has like 4/48s from the same /44 separated by the /46 reservations. Yeah, it wouldn't make sense to tell them like, yeah, no, you have to request a new assignment. It would be nice if you could just have them go to the NCC and be like, can we just reevaluate my needs and then give me something that actually fits my needs? There should also be some minor wording edits that allow the issuing of a new covering assignment if there are, well, if within a block that would satisfy that, there are multiple assignments to the same assignment holder already, because the current wording is a bit buggy there. There's a couple of typos that have to be fixed and a couple of more minor things. And what is most important, getting a lot more feedback on that document after people having read that document, than 3 people on the mailing list saying like, hey, looks reasonable. So please trash the document and tell me what to do on it.
Let's go to the mic. I didn't see who was Peter.
Peter Hessler, speaking privately. Several years ago, I requested 2/48 PI assignments for two separate projects. Under your proposal, where would you see this would fall under? So they were completely separate tickets, completely separate requests. Would you see this as a 48 with a 44 reserved for each of them, or would you see a single 44 with a 40 reservation for this?
I would, and this is a discussion I had also, given that what triggered this policy revision was a relatively similar need of mine, which if I would have had PI, not PA already, would have been kind of similar to what you described. I would still actually see that as 144, from which you can then use two 48s. There are options to make that more possible, also considering more like purpose specificity. The danger I see, though, is that if you accommodate for that, you make a lot of holes in the policy, and technically you could just use a 44 and use with 148 in there for one thing and the other for the other. It's not nice, but journeying through the policy, thinking about it a long time, I think the trade-off between bug introducibility versus simplicity, and like read the whole document, discuss it. I see the point, but my assessment is like rather strict.
Okay, thanks.
Sander?
Hi, Sander Stefan speaking for myself. Thank you a lot for all the work you put into this. I think you did a really good job. Like, of course, there's some tweaking that probably will still happen, like the previous question showed. But in general, I think this is definitely the way forward. And again, thank you so much.
Yeah, George, Six Connect. Yeah, thank you for all the work. I already gave you all the comments that were incorporated in the proposal, and I'm also a big fan of nibble boundaries. So yeah, absolutely. When you were presenting, it came from the top of my mind that yeah, for all 20 or 30 years, we are trying to define the end site, because everybody thinks of end sites from the different point of view, and we are using the end site term in lots of the policy, I think. So should this be somehow also copied to a different document that defines the end sites, like in a more global level, not just for these documents?
That's an awesome idea. Please send text.
Well,
thank you for volunteering.
Well, copy paste is easy, right?
Okay, Benedict Stockerbrand speaking for myself. Some 15 odd years ago, I've been trying to figure out what an end site is, or what a site is. Basically about unique local addresses or end site local addresses. I think the only way to define is by saying what is not a site, something that's network topologically split or whatever. And I had a couple of things on there 15 years ago. I'll try to dig them out, and maybe that actually helps. So saying if it does meet any of these criteria, it's not a single site anymore. That might actually be helpful. I'll try to look it up.
Yeah, and also take a look at the currently present text, because at the moment it is indeed revolving a lot around unique routing policies.
Maria Cizinek, speaking for myself. I would also back the proposal to define end site as what is not an end site, especially if an end site, if that place is connected to some other place with a different administrator, or somebody, there is a subscriber supplier relationship, then it's not an end site. But the main question is whether we are trying to define the end site in the way that people are allocating too little addresses or too many addresses. And if they are allocating too little addresses, then we have to define the end site as extensively as possible, to make it sure that people actually at their homes get their 48s and not 64s, as in Czechia is still common. Or on the other hand, we have to define the N-site as like we don't want the N-site to be a single phone in the customer's home.
Yeah, so I see 2 points. I see the important role of the N-site for the NCC to roughly rule of thumb addressing needs, because counting in the area to like 17 or something is a relatively simple task versus calculating HD ratio. And second, what I would propose is to stick with the slightly extended version of N-site in this document, and given the wealth of discussion you can have on the meaning of N-site, moving that to an independent policy proposal. Because otherwise we are trying to bake a cake with very many raisins and probably also sausages included, and that usually doesn't taste that well.
All right. I have one for the online, Maximilian. As far as I know, currently a 46 is reserved for the 48 assignments. Will users be able to extend 46 without renumbering?
So there is a provision about that in the document. If possible, users can renumber. So if there's a 48 where a 46 is reserved and the next 46s, it should, I think, be 4. Well, in total 4, so 3 more, are also currently not assigned to an end user, then of course renumbering is possible. You might also have the case that you find neighbors who together go to the RIPE NCC and say like, hey, one of us would like to get a new 44 and the other one is willing to forfeit theirs. It could also happen. I mean, members should play along, and members should make their end users play along as well. Then there's of course a provision of, well, if you do want to renumber, go for it. The existing 48 is placed under must be returned, please renumber, and you get a new one. And yeah, we can't make addresses appear out of thin air.
Peter.
Peter Hessler. Because of the N-site discussion, you actually said most of what I wanted to say, so I just want to add two little quips. For the working group is, remember, perfect is the enemy of good, and we can paint this bike shed any color we want to. So make it simple in this proposal, and then have a much more specific one for general use that we can just incorporate into all the other documents as a separate document.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Then we'll go for coffee, and I'll see you back in, is it half an hour? Yes, half an hour. So we'll see you at 11. Good morning, welcome back. This is going to start the second session for address policy. And we have Remco up next. So Remco is going to explain the agenda item on there about PI simplification, but it's not, right?
This is the title is, as Leo so aptly put it, a little bit of clickbait. So thank you all for joining. Why PI? This is essentially a repeat from a presentation I did at one of the easily forgotten virtual RIPE meetings, RIPE 82, so 3 years ago, where I went through the INetNum part of our database in INet6num and had a look at the statuses of the resources in there. So I'm back. Last time I said, well, this is not a policy proposal yet. I'm going to be doing a policy proposal this time. Might not be address policy, but here we are again. Starting off with a quote. from one of my favorite YouTube channels, Explosions and Fire. We need to hit the two main criteria of science. We need to graph something and we need to cite something. And like a true academic, the main reference source I will be citing is myself from a few years ago. So, INetNum statuses, my favorite topic and yours. So what's your flavor? There was someone else presenting about this earlier this week as well. Legacy, allocated PA, assigned PA, assigned PA, assigned any cost. But you think that's all? I don't know. So back in 2022, I presented this slide, and there were actually 4 typos in the database that were more common than the officially allowed assigned any cost. The good news is, in the last 3 years, somebody very, very quietly did a cleanup. So kudos for whoever that was, but the database is now clean and there are no more errors in status. So applause for whoever did that. So no more typos. So we now have, on the INetNum side of things, so the IPv4 side of things, we have a few more assigned PAs, about 6,000 more. We have 16,000 less legacy. We have around 6,000 more allocated PA as well. Weird how that tracks. Assigned PI has gone down. LIR partition PA, sub-allocation PA, those are actually gone up quite dramatically. We have allocated unspecified, which is also always a nice status. And we have assigned any cost, which has not moved at all. So let's focus on the assigned bits of this. So we have just under 4 million assigned PA, 126,000 legacy, about 20,000 assigned PI, and then 50 assigned any cost. Here's the helpful pie chart to show you what that roughly looks like. So you can sort of see what the majority here is. And let's have a look at IPv6. So back in 2022, on the IPv6 side of things, we had 2 typos that were more common than assigned any cost. And also on the IPv6 side, someone has cleaned up the typos. So that was good. You see the similar kind of move. Assigned has actually gone up quite a lot. And, you know, focusing on the assigned bit, there's 750,000 assigned, 60,000 aggregated by LIR, which really is assigned. We have assigned PI and we have assigned any cost. So here's a helpful graph of what that looks like. Roughly 99% of the stuff that we have in INet6num is assigned PA space. So how much of that is actually still relevant? Certainly for V4, but maybe also for V6. So the first law of Curtis, I saw him in the room earlier. I'm not sure if he's around right now. The first law of Curtis is if you think you're special, you're probably wrong. And so which ones of these statuses are actually still relevant? Allocated, sure. I mean, has this been out to someone based on a contract with the RIPE NCC? Sure, absolutely. Assigned, is this in use? Is there someone responsible for this? Well, absolutely, that is definitely relevant. Legacy. Is legacy actually a relevant status? It's assigned space, right? And does it really matter if something was assigned by John Postel, by the RIPE NCC, or some LIR? Probably not. I mean, the real difference is sort of the contractual chain that sits behind it, not the address space itself. And any cost. I'm going to say a hard no. Kind of the point of any cost is that it doesn't stand out. So there you go. So if we were to start looking at simplifying this, what will we gain? So assuming a world where we took the INetNum part of our database and we simplified the statuses, to allocated or assigned. It gives you a lot of clarity, consistency, less room for loopholes, because Lord knows that this room and the people outside are very creative in finding loopholes in policy. And it allows us to much simpler, make much simpler policy and procedures on address space. Because if you do it this way, and you look at INET nums as sort of a tree, then allocated can have leaf nodes, and assigned is always a stub. So it makes it a very straightforward thing to understand. Why do we want to do this now? So remnants of address policy, and certainly the reflection of that in the database, defines a pretty rigid model for the RIPE NCC to follow for structure of membership, especially based around rules about V4 distribution. And if we want to give the membership of RIPE NCC room to evolve its membership structure, we need a bit of a break with policy in a database that the database no longer should describe how what the membership should look like, but we should rather have the database accurately follow what reality looks like. Exact policy proposal text to be determined. I think I'm going to leave most of the writing of that to Angela, who is sort of aware that this is coming her way. But since this is so tightly woven into every single corner of our policy handbook, I'd rather leave that to the experts. So Angela, already thank you for your hard work that you will be putting into this shortly. But to give you a bit of a flavor on this. So we have types of address space. This is part of the IPv4 registration and creative interpretation. So we have allocated. This address space has been allocated to an LIR, and no assignments or subsequent allocations made from it are portable. More specific objects may exist in the RIPE database. Assigned. This address space has been assigned to an end user. More specific objects do not exist in the RIPE database. And apparently 13 years ago, some genius came up with the idea to do aggregated assignments in the database. And I found this while I was writing this presentation. I wonder, who the hell was this idiot? Turns out it was me. So aggregated, which is basically group of assigned. This address space has been assigned to end users by an LIR. Each end user has been assigned to block the size of the assignment size in the object. More specific objects do not exist in the database. So that's all I have here. Can we restart this maybe? Get the final slide open. Well, it's here. So what do we think? Is it time to clean up?
Can I speak now? Yeah.
Please go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Silveira Ström. I just said. My name is Cynthia Revström. Okay. So my take on this is that I think some of this makes sense. I think for V4, there's way too many different statuses. And simplifying that would make a lot of sense. I think keeping legacy kind of makes sense. Or at least some way to publicly check what's legacy and what's not, because that helps when trying to figure out, okay, so like, I think it helps with trying to gather data on like how much space is this. There are other ways of publishing this information, but if I don't want this information to stop being published.
Fair point. At the same time, the cool thing about legacy is we're not making any more of it. Yes. So in that sense, information about legacy is out there, and whatever is out there is going to be accurate until a new object exists in the right database, essentially. So and that's I absolutely understand what you're trying to say. At the same time, I don't see the need for this to continue keeping track of this as a special item. Like I said, assigned is assigned, and I don't really care who did it.
But I might be mistaken, but from what I understand, how policy is enforced varies for legacy. You can't really enforce policy, to my knowledge, for legacy.
That's and this is where I think it's actually interesting to make the cut between the contractual relationship that exists, hopefully for every piece of address space. I'm keeping my fingers crossed here. And what we actually have in terms of who's responsible for it, what is in the database. Because there's a bunch of stuff. I mean, originally, the entirety of the contractual relationship between RAR and address space holders was in the database as published. That hasn't been the case for, I'm going to say at least 15 years, probably longer, probably closer to 20 years. So we're carrying this whole stack of pretty much redundant information behind us. So in that sense, I absolutely take your comment to heart that we need to continue to be able to identify legacy. At the same time, having a table based on today's data of what's legacy should do for the foreseeable future.
Thank you.
Peter Hessler, active with the database working group, but not speaking on behalf of the working group. So, as I understand it, one of the critical parts of your proposal is that you would move the contractual requirements of the address space from this public field to a more private field. But don't you feel that there is some very strong interest in the public knowing some of the basics of the contractual requirements? Like, for example, assigned anycast means that you have to use it for an anycast purpose. And we're not issuing any more of that. Fair enough. But those address blocks are special in this way. Similar for legacy, similar for and some of the more subtle ones. And this is appropriate for both V4 and V6 going forward. So are you suggesting that we hide this away from the public? Are you suggesting we make this a different field within the database?
I mean, going back to my, let's find one of the. Here. This is the distribution of V6 INET nums.
Right.
There's, I think, for IPv6, there's a sum total of 67 of these assignments on a pool of 1 million. I think that keeping these super special corner cases and carrying them around with us for forever because it was once special, I don't think that is beneficial to us in any way. And if that means that we remove some of the requirements on that space that was once handed out in this way, you know what? I don't think we're going to lose much over that.
Okay, just as a comment for the proposal that I do recommend consulting the database working group and especially the database team from the RepNCC. There may be technical issues in implementing this, which we've recently learned with the approval of NWI 4.
Okay, thank you.
So, Tobias Fiebig, Max Planck Institute for Informatics, speaking for myself. I do see two major issues with this. If you do not have the contractual relationship / status documented in the RIPE database, that introduces a margin of error while handling things, while requesting things, while making requests. And just to the point from the transfer policy, allocated resources may only be transferred to another RIPE NCC member. Provider independent resources may be transferred too. So, of course, you preserve this contractual state of the resource somewhere else than in the database. So like in a shadow database. But it will introduce noise in making requests to the registration desk, requesting transfers, what can and cannot be transferred. And you will have to audit all policies on whether the just presentation change might ultimately have unexpected policy implications in a policy that was written under different expectations on how the database looks. The second thing is legacy. Legacy does not really have to remain static. I think we all hope and dream that people voluntarily transfer it to PA, putting it just in the jurisdiction of the RIPE NCC. But it also raises a question if you, for example, create an INET num object within legacy space. What is that then? Is it an assignment? Is it an allocation? What does it mean if there's an allocation within the legacy block? Those are all very tiny intricacies, and it can also, I think, raise the impression with legacy holders that you're coming from them.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, Nick Hilliard from Onyx. I'm speaking for myself. I'm a bit concerned about what you're proposing here because I don't really understand what it means. And there's a bunch of slides, I think, of which this particular one is probably the most misleading in the sense that it's pitching itself as helpful. It's not really, because these terms mean very specific things and have particular connotations associated with them. So, for example, an assigned PI address block is something that's, had some quite substantial level of due diligence performed on it by the RIPE NCC ultimately. Assigned PA could be any old junk, So I mean, like to compare those in the same pie chart is not useful. But to echo what Tobias said over there, it's not clear whether this is just some sort of technical change to make the database structure a little bit easier, or whether you're talking about a policy change, to sort of coalesce all of these types of things into one.
So just to be very clear on that, the only thing I'm proposing to change, which is why the title was a little bit unfortunate on the agenda, is I'm not proposing to actually change any of the current policies, whether it's about PI or whatever. That is not on the cards right now. We might want to change that because we're looking at potentially changing contractual relationships, et cetera, et cetera. I think the whole e-evidence thing that's coming up is actually going to put the whole contractual obligation thing under a magnifying glass in the near future. Having this out of the way before we actually have to dive into the contractual stuff that's sort of sitting next to this, I think would be helpful.
I still don't understand the consequences of what this proposal actually means.
So what I'm trying to do here is make sure that what is reflected in the database, what is reflected, what has potential operational consequences, we do now, and then we can look at the contractual part of this in another forum, in another place, in another time, without actually having to worry about anything we're doing there having operational implications here.
Okay. I still don't see.
Okay.
Maybe I'm being stupid, but I still don't exactly see what you're planning to achieve.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to read out a question from online. Maximilian, I agree with the lack of need of separate anycast in the database. We need to be careful not to trigger any unintended lingering policies. Cleaning up legacy to allocated and assigned would make sense, especially considering legacy more specific than 24s, but could be a lot of work. And a question from Elvis. So all PI holders must become LARs? You already answered that question.
That's not what I'm saying here at all.
No,
so
we're talking about status
not,
in the database and not contracts.
Because yes, I am not talking about contracts. I think this is also not the place or the forum to talk about contracts. So,
all right, then Sander. You were first.
Hello, Sander Stefan speaking for myself. So, I agree with Nick here. I'm not sure where this is going, because some of the things you're splitting off and separating actually do have operational impact. Maybe not on routing, but on transfers, on other things. So just grouping it like all assigned or allocated, I think we at that point we're making operationally important data less publicly visible, because it's not just a contractual relationship that you're taking out of it, you're also taking some context out of it, and I don't think that's a good idea. Maybe I see why you're doing it, but I don't have the feeling this is the right solution.
Okay. Well, I think most of the context is going to be apparent from the structure in which it is in the database, but sure.
Peter Hessler, I wanted to continue my my thoughts from earlier. I forgot one important part. I'm not opposed to your problem statement. I think this is a good problem to solve and ensure that any policies that we create are minimally impactful to any future charging schemes. And I don't want to discuss that here, but I think that we need to make sure that we allow for reasonable freedom for the RPNCC with its members to happen.
Okay, thank you.
Mike Burns, IP Trading. We use that legacy field quite a lot in transfers. And I'd just like to share the situation at Aaron. The legacy status does not exist in the Aaron who is. And for us as brokers, it's one of the first things we want to determine because there are different rules for legacy transfers. So in Aaron, they have created what was suggested, a separate database that we can access to determine whether blocks are legacy. If you don't have that, brokers are going to be calling and asking if that legacy field disappears, what the status is, because many times the clients don't know.
I mean, I think that's actually a rather elegant workaround from the Aaron side. So
maybe it can be done here.
Thank you. Sure.
Hi, Matthias Wichtelhuber from DKIX. I would like to comment on the Anycast category. I'm not against removing this, but I would like to drop the remark that identifying Anycast in measurements is incredibly difficult, and any information actually helps. So please don't remove it in a way that makes it less publicly visible.
So I'm going to counter that by arguing that out of these, what was it, like 4 million assigned PI INET nums that we have, and 50 assigned Anycast, I would argue that out of those 4 million assigned PA blocks or assigned PI, there's actually thousands of them Anycast, and actually calling anything having a small section that assigned that defined as Anycast is actually misleading, because it sort of implies that the rest isn't.
Yeah, I mean, even a sample of where you can be relatively sure that it is Anycast is useful, you know, because then you can at least look at the sample and can study that, where you can be pretty sure. We're aware it's incomplete, of course, obviously, right? But still, it's a valuable information.
Okay.
We don't need it as a category, but it can be somewhere else, but it should be publicly visible.
Okay.
And by the way, there's also a draft at the IATF for designating prefixes. So there's obviously interest in the operator community to see this.
Okay.
Alex Herve speaking as a network operator who runs several Anycast clouds. None of the space is marked as assigned Anycast in any database.
Good. Thank
Want to confirm?
That's as much as I suspected. Tobias, who are you?
Tobias Fiebig, Max Planck Institute for Informatics, and this time around actually speaking as a researcher. The point about which Matthias just made is about having ground truth. So if you're doing measurements and you have a small set of networks where you can be reasonably sure that they are Anycast, you can use them as ground truths to identify other Anycast networks which are not marked as such. And I think that is the value Matthias was referring to in having that for at least those that are properly put into the database.
Okay. Stefan, who are you?
Yeah, Stefan Wahl from Route 128. We have some issues explaining all these different things you have listed in the beginning, even without all the errors inside of it, small, big letters, double S, single S, and all these things. I think a simplification gives us more freedom also in a lot of other things, and suggestions that if there's some special need for legacy, why not have a special database for it? Or for the Anycast stuff, why not have their second database where we can look this up, maybe a global one, which would make sense in a way. So simplification, I think, gives us a lot of freedom to talk about the future of RIPE.
Thank you.
I have one additional remark from Elvis.
Okay.
I don't understand then what will the holders of assigned PI hold if this proposal gets approved, assigned by RIPE NCC? Question mark.
No, the status is assigned. Full stop. There's no so the distinction in the status field is either allocated or assigned, or the aggregated thing, which is the annoying thing that someone added. I think Angela is waving her hand. So Angela, if you have, you're about to write this thing, so please come and comment.
Let's see where it goes. Angela Dall'Ara, Policy Officer of RIPE NCC. So if I understand correctly, because I got some questions, you want to have two categories. One is the allocated category, and one is the assigned category.
And then there's the third inconvenience.
And what is assigned, set as assigned, as let's say, is at the last stage of an assignment. So what is registered in the database as assigned, the holder should be the one using the
assigned is a stub, and allocated is can have leaves.
And for this, Remco, I have to make a little correction, because for the aggregated by LAR, there is the possibility actually to have a child assigned PA in the status. Like, for example, if you have the same assignment size in IPv6 and you want to group something in one assignment bigger, there is the possibility to do it. But I mean, the syntax and the logic can be arranged. So just this, and I hope I interpreted correctly what was your.
I think you did, and I mean the reason I'm looking at you to write this, because the devil is in the details, and there's a lot of devils and a lot of details in this one. So yes.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Last question.
Hi, Radu from CX. So my problem is that if you want to just put allocated and assigned, you should keep in mind that there should be some way of identifying who assigned it. Was it the RIPE NCC, which is known to do due diligence, or is an LAR, and LARs are heavily random, more like towards the not necessarily updating regularly and stuff like this. So one thing that for the moment, the status says who did it. If it's assigned PA, it's clearly that it's not an LAR, it's the NCC. If it's assigned PA, we should probably also, by the we still have PA and PE, find some other way of spelling it loud, because in English it's just bad. So assigned PE is known to be kind of accurate. Assigned PA, it's random towards bad. And if you remove the second part, you just leave allocated, which is always, let's say, good, and assigned. There should be some other way to mark who did it.
I want to make a comment on that.
Yeah.
First of all, same as with legacy, you will always have a parent block. You can also, if an LAR assigns an PI or assigns IP space to an end customer, which cannot have any stubs, but you can always see if there is an allocation above it, or if it's a prefix. The block itself is.
In which case, you have also to deal with the stuff where you have blocks that do global cover up, like the stuff where you have IP space from other areas, which is marked as some status as allocated somehow else. So this complicates stuff a little bit, but it may be one of the way to do it. It just the more complicated way of doing it. So I'd say let's keep a way of specifying who did the assignment if we just stick to assigned and allocated.
So all of that complexity you're describing is actually in the database right now. And we're not making it any easier for people to figure out what's what. There was another relevant point I was going to make, but it's Wednesday, so I'm starting to lose my mind. Thank you. I think we're done for time as well.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. If you have any more questions, comments, please refer to the mailing list. Sorry? Radu? There you are.
Hi, I'm Radu again. This is a slightly updated version from yesterday's slides. I've incorporated some feedback I received. I will try to be shorter and yeah. So we have a lot of ASNs right now because they are 32-bit. We have 4 billion of them. Very few of them are assigned to RIRs. Some of them are missing from the routing table, so we don't exactly know what happens to them. Basically, they are not a scarce resource. Some of them are not routed from the ones assigned in the RIPE region. There is this nice document, very old document, that describes the 3 main criteria I used for assigning AS numbers. This is referenced by all RIRs, but APNIC actually mentions it as the main criteria, so they can reject the request if it doesn't comply with those things. In RIPE region, the policy is not very clear, so maybe this should be updated, maybe not, I don't know. In general, the 3 main criteria for assigning ASNs are if you need to exchange routing information, you need that if you speak BGP to other networks. So automatically you kind of fulfill this requirement. Having multiple prefixes is not that important. Having a unique routing policy is important. What is a unique routing policy? Multi-homing is one very important unique routing policy. It is required by RIPE NCC, but it is not the main requirement in that RFC. Now, do you think having a VM with GRE or WireGuard tunnels to different BGP speaking networks represent a unique routing policy? That's a question I don't know the answer to. Also, another thing was suggested to me that ASNs are used predominantly for Anycast. How many ASNs could be used for Anycast? So with Anycast you can do UDP. TCP is a bit harder, but Anycast is also a unique routing requirement. But how many of them can be Anycasted? This is so we've established that you need an ASN. Where do you get it from? You get it from a regional internet registry, usually the one in your region. Or currently you can do some rear shopping and you can go for a easier to deal with or cheaper RIR. This made the out-of-region assignments in the RIPE database. So, as previously discussed in this working group, there are an increasing number of requests that come from natural persons. I thought registration services are not happy, but they generally are happy. Yeah. Also, this is a comparison between the 5 RIRs. The RIPE region wins with the most ASNs announcing just one prefix for some reason. But this is not a contest. If it would be, RIPE would win. What are the ASNs? They are numbers, just numbers. They represent networks, they don't represent persons. The network can be operated by a person, can be operated by a company. That's not important, it's just a network. People currently use these terms such as personal ASN, hobby networks, research networks, and they justify this to register a lot of AS numbers. Last year it was mentioned that RIPE NCC received requests from a 1-year-old and an 80-year-old person. The 1-year-old didn't get the ASN, the 80-year-old I'm not sure. But that means it's a very inclusive environment, so everybody can request an ASN. That brings us to the world population. We have 8 billion people, but only 4 billion ASNs. Now, we might have a scarcity problem with the 32-bit ASNs. It's not a problem with the routing tables. People have big routing tables. People don't care about that, but think about the people. We can't have all of them with ASNs. In general, there is this question, do you need an ASN? The generic answer is no. You most likely don't need one unless you need it with some unique routing policy. Yeah. If you want to learn BGP, you don't need an ASN. You can read books. It's a better investment for the price of registering an ASN. You can buy a book about BGP and you can learn something before actually playing on the global routing table. It has been brought to my attention that not only academics do research, that's true, but people doing research usually don't complain that they can't get ASNs or they don't have resources to do that research. There is also the question, what is research? How do you define research? I wouldn't define research as having BGP at home. So once you register an ASN, you suddenly get access to a lot of databases where you can put a lot of information. This information is not really checked, it's user-generated content. RIPE is not the internet police. Nobody wants to become the internet police. So we have Spider-Man philosophy. There is a lot of internet of whois graffiti, that's how I call it. People add very interesting things to whois. It's funny the first time. So if you see one XSS attempt, it's funny. But if you see 10, it's suddenly no longer funny. So how many people can do this? Yeah. ASCII art is also an interesting thing. I have one with a dedication added yesterday. That's not an A-card test signature, so that could be considered art. Yeah. Apparently, it's also a discussion about these natural persons requesting AS numbers. Because they are private persons, they kind of don't want their information be in a public database. But in order to operate a network, you kind of need to have some contact information. So I think that by signing up for this, you kind of agree to have your information public. And complaining that RIPE shouldn't ask for this information is pretty weird. I've had yesterday an example that you can now do software-defined radio mobile networks. So I suggested people would try to obtain actual phone numbers from the national authorities by sending them a censored passport or something and telling them they are a natural person. They want this for research, for their home mobile network, and I wonder how the national authority would reply to a censored ID. Yeah. So there is this list maintained manually. Because it's maintained manually, it's probably not complete. So I think there are many more such ASs, but most of the ASs from that list are in the RIPE region. So this makes it a RIPE problem. For feature, depends. Some natural persons even have more than one AS number assigned. I'm curious what justification was used for the unique routing requirement. So I have one network for my PlayStation, one network for my TV. I have to have them in different AS numbers. I don't know. This currently represents around 2% of the global routing table. This is not much, but it's AS numbers. What is too much? Is it 10%? Is it 50%? I don't know. This is also a business model. These things are usually sold to people that want to become network engineers or think they will become network engineers because they have an AS number. But you can't do anything with just an AS number. So you need IPs. You can't get IPv4 because there is no more IPv4. So what do? You get the sponsoring LIR to deaggregate some of the PA and you start announcing. This is not an issue because we have space in our routers, but this is IPv4 again, where LIRs deaggregate PA and kind of share it with their customers that use it as PI by bypassing RIPE. There is this, besides the BGP VMs, there is also this interesting service that for a very, very low price will export your routes to RIS. I'm not sure why this is a must-have service for networks, but it seems to be important. I think it just pollutes the root collectors with wrong AS paths. This affects the LIRs directly because a lot of time being wasted on these assignments translates in membership fees. It also breaks database accuracy. It could create operational issues. A lot of internet news that a small network did something that didn't go outside the root collectors because it didn't go through, but it was recorded in the root collectors because they directly submit information there. This also affects the data quality for research because researchers consider root collector information to be mostly correct, and yeah. How can we fix this? We can enforce the existing policies, for example, the unique routing requirements. Maybe they can be checked a bit more. ASN contacts could clean up some of the graffiti. And if we want more network engineers, we could find alternative ways to get them interested. And a hard option would be to vote for introducing maintenance fees on ASNs. That would be an option later today. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the redo of the presentation. We, as chairs, thought it was interesting, and we were requested by James Kennedy, to do this in an additional slot in address policy prior to the GM. So any charging discussions, stuff like that, you can take to the GM, but at least prior to voting, at least you have some background on this. I'm going to start on the left.
Peter Hessler. I'm a member of the OpenBSD project. I am one of those natural persons with two ASNs. Each ASN also has an associated IPv6 PI application or assignment. I always forget which one's which. But I can explain a little bit of why I have those two. And it is legitimately 4 separate routing policies. One of them is used primarily for a server and for some hosting information and to provide address space for that. The other one is for one of the projects I'm involved in within the OpenBSD project, which is OpenBGPD, which is a open source BGP routing daemon. And so I requested that, and I have hosting at an internet exchange so I can get real updates, real routes from the real full internet directly to my test system. So an obvious question is, well, why doesn't the OpenBSD handle that for me? And they themselves register and get address space in ASNs. OpenBSD is unique in all the open source communities where the foundation has no assets. We have no intellectual property. There's no copyright assignment. And so it's not appropriate for our nonprofit to handle this. So I have it directly assigned to me personally.
Thank you.
Silveira. So there's a lot of things I could comment on, so I'll try to keep it short. First of all, I feel like I need to address the call out here for you, because I think I was the first person to have like an XSS thing in Whois, from what I know at least. And I will say this did display XSS vulnerabilities in multiple websites, including one RPKI page. And I think that's quite useful that I was able to do that, and then report it to those sites where I saw it was an issue so they could fix it. Second, I have to comment on the thing you mentioned about reading a book being a better way of learning about BGP. You may think that. I can say I would, if I had not gotten a personal ASN 6 years ago almost now, I would not be here today. That is how I learned. That's how I got into this community. Reading a book would not have done that. I learn so much better by doing things than just reading a book. And I can assure you, many others feel the same. And so, yes, there may be other ways of getting more young people into the industry. But then I would say, okay, what are those ways? Like, come up with those ways before trying to limit this way, because otherwise we're not going to get new networkers. Yeah.
But I suggested courses on BGP. I suggested joining networks with private ASNs that could send the global routing table to you so you can learn, and with actual routes. There are a lot of options where you don't directly interact with the internet. So you're basically creating a parallel internet over tunnels. I don't think that's useful. That's not unique routing. If your base provider fails, the tunnels fail. And
thank you.
Hello there. I'm Savas Kastanakis from Lancaster University. From my point of view, this is not a problem. This is a business opportunity. So what stops me from acquiring all the remaining ASNs and then starting an ASN transit market, like the same thing that happens with IPv4?
Hopefully RIPE would stop you. The policy.
Yes, but let's assume that I acquire them today, right after this presentation.
Yeah, I think you would need a lot of IDs or a lot of unique routing policies. I'm not sure.
Yeah, so there are some limitations in acquiring an ASN. Obviously, processing of ticking times will be stacked against you, especially if you want to do 4 billion. But you know, there are some limits in here. Also, unique routing requirements, and the NCC will ask you about, you know, where are you going to use this? Do you have colo requirements, contracts, upstream providers? They ask you with the actual request for multiple upstreams, contact details of those, things like that. So the NCC has some options to dampen the amount of requests you can put in. But yeah.
Yes, but I'm a single person. If I was a big company, let's say, I could do that, right? There is still the chance that I can do it. I can exhaust the ASN space.
So I see somebody stepping up behind you.
You would also have to wait
Marco?
for Jana.
Yeah, Marco Schmidt, RIPE NCC. Please don't request many AS numbers. Our team is very busy, but indeed, also for big companies, they all have to go through the same requirements. They have to show additional new routing policy, multi-homed, and so on. And just maybe want to use the opportunity also to address Cynthia's concerns. I think we all are in favor to promote network engineers and so on to get into the business and working. The challenge that, of course, we have is workload-wise. We see currently there are legit cases, but also people just request because they can, and then they're being abandoned, and it costs a lot of work. And getting this balance right, I think it's good to have those numbers out there and to think about it in this community. How we can serve this in both ways.
Yeah, so assigning the AS numbers due to the contractual relationship that the NCC has with the end user or the resource holder, there are things that need to be checked, including UBO checks if people are on the sanction list and stuff like that. And those are the things that you cannot automate, and it needs a whole process. So this is not something you can just automate and assign. Otherwise, the NCC would have done that already 20 years ago. Tobias, who are you?
That's a good question. So Tobias Fiebig, Max Planck Institute for Informatics, speaking for myself. Reiterating an earlier point, I think the main issue here is indeed the business opportunity, and business opportunity being perceived and somewhat irresponsible LIRs promoting the cheap throwaway vanity use of resources. And we should not sacrifice people actually learning and becoming members of the community in a bid to actually fight those. What we should consider, though, is, well, it's called a sponsoring layer. It comes with responsibility, and maybe RIPE NCC should become, well, equipped with levers to put A, responsibility, B, effort, and C, costs on LIRs that are not living up to their responsibility when it comes to sponsoring end users.
Urban Sohodolnik, personal AS number 216208. I would not be here. I would not be the same network engineer without an AS number. And like, I don't use it right now, but just the ability of having it, like, I feel I can do more. I'm thinking of further projects, experiments, and to learn more. And I don't think that the 50 euro fee that I paid to Glauca, like to change the barrier that we have right now, I paid 50 euros to Glauca. I don't think that we are getting what we want if I pay 1,700 euros to the RIPE NCC to be a member, to get the same thing. I don't think that's the intention we want to do here. Also, you said that every second person would not be able to learn like this in the world with the current population. Well, the reality is not like that. Not everybody in the business asks for a personal ASN. I work in a company with 750 people, and I think I'm the only one with an ASN. So I think that the number already goes lower. Also, is it really easy at the university as a student or a network engineer at a company to get them to provide you this resource? If you go to the networking department at your university and ask for ASN, they will throw you out. If you ask for peering, they're going to throw you out. If you do the same at the typical network company, they're going to throw you out. Well, I mean, from the department where you asked and close the door. But maybe in the end of the day, it's not how the RIR system works, which is bottom up. We don't have NIRs, we don't have NIRs, we have LIRs. We provide people or companies things directly, and it works on a bottom up principle. I do hear your concern that there's a lot of requests that is putting a big burden on RIPE NCC, or maybe a lot of throwaway resources. Some things that already Tobias said, but maybe some I don't we're not solving this problem by making the walls higher to get an ASN, but maybe give a requirement like use it in 2 years or something like that. And I think with that we can conserve, preserve the ASN, be better stewards, and just not have them thrown away. I know a lot of them are just never used. Thank you.
Can I answer with another question? So, for example, in your organization with 700 employees, would you think they would be more motivated if all 700 got AS numbers? Would you peer with all 700 of them?
There are route servers for that.
No, no, but there are people here that I would like to peer to, that even through tunnels. And my company, well, I'm not paid to be here. I came here by myself because I want to be part of this community. The companies are not that supportive, most of them.
But I think your company would be better if more engineers had ASNs.
All right.
Yeah.
Peter?
Peter Hessler from GlobalWays. So we are a LEAR, we're a member of the RIPE NCC, and we have 2 ASNs. One of them is visible in the global routing table. The other one is not. Under the RIPE policies, it is completely legitimate for us to have an ASN that is not visible in the global routing table, as long as we use it for unique routing policy. Our publicly visible one is our standard IP transit network, and it does standard IP network things, and everyone's happy. The other one we use for MPLS VPNs with some of our customers who often have their own ASNs, and we use this as a separation from our primary IP transit network. And so with some of these questions, we need to make sure that we don't, and then also, for example, IXPs are probably the most publicly visible, non-publicly visible ASNs that we have in the community. And we need to make sure that if we aren't going to make any changes, that we carefully consider the valid, non-visible ASN usage.
They were on my second slide, the non-visible ones.
So
my understanding of that was that it was a problem, and that may not have been your intention, but that was my understanding of it. So I wanted to suggest that that was not a problem.
No.
So kind of continuing what Peter said. So what I think we have to do is reformulate at policy level. What does it really mean, unique routing policy? Because again, IX route servers privately, but with a need of globally unique identifier. There are a number of cases where a non-visible on the internet but globally unique AS number is required, and it does not necessarily involve two upstreams. You may have no upstream, or the concept of upstream may not apply. So the whole stuff of globally unique policy, I think it needs to be a little bit revised. This is about the non-public visible ASs. As for personal AS numbers, you don't learn to drive a car and you don't learn how to build a car by just building something and just putting a license plate and going on the public streets. It's not how it works, and it shouldn't be how it works with learning BGP either. You can do it in a privately isolated environment. You can have some interaction with the public world, but in a, let's say, signaled way probably, but not just everybody goes and does their stuff in the public, probably, I think.
Can I very quickly emphasize what you said? Sorry, Alex Lauer speaking as network operator. The internet does not exist. There is your internet and there is my internet. And I may be peering with an internet exchange, so I will see that AS and you will not. So the important part here is globally unique. I just wanted to emphasize that.
This is not, I don't think it's very clear for everybody.
Okay.
So Tobias Fiebig, Max Planck Institute for Informatics, formerly employed at TU Delft until end of March 2022, I think. I actually did ask the IT team for an ASN. Long story short, after departing TU Delft, I decided to become an LIR, and I have been insanely productive ever since. The other point about learning to drive, I recall learning to drive a car on a road with a person next to me actually qualified to be an instructor, but with an actual car on an actual road, bringing me back to the point of the responsibility of sponsoring LIRs and that having to be enforced.
So I have a question online from Carlos. Thank you for the presentation. This issue is an issue that almost nobody is aware of. One day somebody wakes up and decides I'm going to be an internet operator from now on. And what enables this? How cheap is it to get some address space and an AS or multiple AS numbers? This is a small issue, but needs to be addressed as it has cost for actual real operators.
Antonio Prado, yet another BGP guy here. So maybe there is someone in this room who remembers 6bone. It was a testbed global environment to play, can we say play, with IPv6. It was inside 3 FFE space. There, everybody could make transit, tunnels, and whatever the dirtiest things on earth, just to make experiment, whatever. So maybe it could be an idea to have a test bed like that.
Yes, I want to say something about that. They actually asked for contact details. So in order to join that, you kind of needed a RIPE NIC handle. Yes, I meant 6bone.
Yeah, Simplification again. So I just wanted to make a quick comment first on why DN42, for example, would not have worked for me or any other isolated environment. One of the main reasons why I started wanting to do this was I wanted to get IPv6 at home. That would not have worked if I just did it in DN42. That needed to be on the real live internet. Second, I've beyond the workload for the registration services, which is real. It's a thing you have to deal with. Other than that, I've not seen any real arguments against this other than, oh, it makes the data set slightly less clear, or I've not seen any good arguments against personalization beyond registration services workload. Is there any other argument against it?
Have you considered hurricane electric tunnels instead of getting an ASN at home?
I did. That did not work because the geolocation on those IP addresses made everything break.
And being in Antarctica helps you in what way?
My V6 addresses are not registered for Antarctica. That is just a single V4 address for testing. Thank you.
Urban Skodolnik, speaking for myself. I would like to just respond to those that say you shouldn't learn, like driving a car by driving it by yourself and then learning. And sorry, it doesn't matter. Just like in general, we have these things in other fields. I have this license here. I'm a ham radio operator, and I'm allowed to build radios. I can use frequencies, and I can make things break with the equipment I have at home, and the equipment that I'm allowed to build, with the equipment that I am building every day or every week. And I think that this concept, I can even get IPv4. I can still get it. I can get it from the 44 block for my experiments. And if we have a great example in the ham radio community that this can be done, and there is mostly no damage. I think we can do the same in BGP. And that's what I wanted to say. We have examples from elsewhere where this works, and it also works in the internet right now. Thank you.
So are you suggesting having a BGP driver license? Also, the 44/something that Amazon got half of is not supposed to be globally routable. It's only for use with ham radio operators.
Okay, let's not go into that one.
Yeah.
Peter?
Peter Hessler from Zayo. Speaking for myself, I wanted to mention that even though it sounds like we have a lot of these assets available, we have 4 billion ASNs, we have effectively infinite IPv6. I want us to keep in mind to not replay the same problems we had with IPv4, where because we have huge amounts and it's not reasonable to run out of this, that we just give it away willy-nilly. We do need to have some sort of a reasonable barrier and to not excessively assign too much and run out because of short-sighted wastefulness. But also we don't need to make the barriers too high to prevent actual learning, actual development, actual real solutions being solved.
Exactly. So don't use PA as PI.
Hi, Sander Post speaking for myself here. I want to comment on a previous audience speaker. I don't know if you know ADSB. So you can just send out a lot of information to airplanes, even without an official radio license. But I think it's all about the ethics in the end. And that's the most important part. Thanks.
Sander Stefan speaking for myself. I don't think there is a real operational problem that you're solving here. So I'm not yet seeing a case of moving this forward.
All right, thank you. I'm going to close the line and thank you for your contribution. If there are any further comments, we can take this offline on the mailing list. Thanks.
Hello, me again. Yeah, we're doing the getting useful information from government adjacent organizations. So when I put these slides together with the agenda, I use the term government adjacent organizations. And after a discussion yesterday, I want to clarify, we're talking really about law enforcement organizations. This community is a multi-stakeholder community, and the quality of the policies that are developed in the Address Policy Working Group depends on participation from all the different stakeholders. In the discussion we had about 2023-4, we had some input from law enforcement, and that is great. But we also recognize that the way the world is turning, the responsibilities on this community as network operators and the RIPE NCC as the RIR, those responsibilities are deepening. So we, as the working group chairs, have sat down with the RIPE chair team, and we will be doing our best to deepen the engagement with law enforcement so that we can have high quality discussion in the future. And where they need to interact, we can have good quality discussion. And that is all I wanted to say on that, just to let you know that that's something that's happening in the background so that, you know, we're not hiding anything from you.
Brian Nisbet with my anti-abuse working group chair hat on. I think I wanted to say publicly here what we discussed, I think on Monday, that this is something that the community needs to reinvigorate. I am a huge fan of this, and you know, and we are aware of it in anti-abuse as well. That we had, I think, a much better relationship, a much more active relationship with law enforcement. It's kind of gone away, and that is, I think, we're seeing some problems from that. So, yay, and you know, we want to do something, you know, more in anti-abuse as well to, you know, work with across the community on this. So, thank you. Yeah, it's also for moving forward, also in the other discussions that we've seen, and moving forward into the whole e-evidence discussions, what's coming out of the EU, what's coming out of new acts, the DSA, NS+, NS2, we really need to keep up in what their requirements are and how do we get them to, you know, contribute on the policy discussions that we have, and we're really seeking out how can we get them to comment in our time limits that we have in PDP on one side, and them being able to speak up publicly and get that information. So it's a struggle how to do this transparent within the community and how we do this. On the other hand, you know, we may also want to engage with the NCC and see if there are other ways on moving this forward. Peter.
Peter Hessler, speaking for myself. While I do enjoy having all stakeholders involved in the process and having everyone participate, one of my big concerns is a takeover by law enforcement of our policies. And so while this does sound very good, it is something that it feels a little concerning. So I recommend caution and keeping as little private as you possibly can when we're working with law enforcement.
Miriam Kühne, RIPE chair. I'm asked to say something here at this point. I'm not sure what you expect from me, but I do think this is a good discussion to have, and that there might be a good way of doing, of finding a communication channel and a dialogue with kind of, if we want to say, like non-traditional stakeholders, you know, who are not like traditionally part of our community and our community processes, to, on one hand, also explain our processes more, make them feel more comfortable, more welcome, more included. And on the other hand, also recognize some constraints they might have. And so we're working together. This is still work in progress in how we can further what Leo calls deepening our responsibilities in that area. So I'm really pleased to see that happening. Thanks.
Andrei Rubashevsky speaking for myself. What I understood from Miriam, we're talking about informal information exchange, not a modification to the PDP, or we're talking about the PDP? Because I understand the challenge. I think getting input from different stakeholder groups is very important. In this particular case, law enforcement. Are there more stakeholder groups? So are we thinking about sort of defining rules of the game, how stakeholders can be involved? Because the traditional PDP process is based on personal participation, not on stakeholder group participation. So how that plays out?
So at this moment, we're not suggesting that we need to make changes to the PDP. However, some people might actually have constraints speaking up in public, and it's not only from government groups, but we've seen this also in large organizations within our community, without naming any networks here, that have strict policies about speaking up in public, even though everybody knows that you work for company X. So we're not trying to, force this into the PDP in a separate section, but we are reaching out and trying to engage. And this is also part of the outreach that the NCC is doing, and trying to, help them towards the meetings and also read up on the mailing list and participate there.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Brian Nisbet, again, I want to say this is not new. I mean, and I think for some people in the room will remember, other people won't. We've had good engagement in the past, and I said this, and we didn't change the PDP. We didn't do because we shouldn't, and absolutely. Unfortunately, I think some of the people who we were engaging well with, they moved on to other roles. There wasn't handover, so this happens with these kind of things. But I think we were doing this without compromising our vital community values in the past, and I think we've kind of lost that. And I feel very strongly that we can get back there again and get that input, which is very useful, and get it in the right way. So just, I think if anyone's kind of going, what is this going to involve? It's going to involve talking to people, and as Miriam said, having to explain things again that we thought we had explained. I think we just need to engage again, and we can do everything within the structures we have. So
I think it's inevitable in any relationship with organizations that the people change, and so you always have to re-explain. It's inevitable. To some extent, we have relied in the past on personal relationships rather than institutional relationships. We're not proposing anything huge and ground-shaking. What we're proposing is that we talk to some people and we solve some immediate problems the best that we can. And then once we've made one small step, we can see if there's another step. We're not proposing changes to the PDP. We're not proposing abandoning transparency or anything like that. We're just saying we recognize that we need to do a better job than we have done in the last while. And we wanted to make sure that we, as the co-chairs of this working group and the RIPE chair team, acknowledge that in public to the working group so that we're not leaving you in the dark.
And I mean, I think this is not unique to RIPE. If you deal to anyone who deals with law enforcement, this happens no matter, the changes of people, having to explain things, having to bring people in. It's the same. This is not unique to this community. So thank you again.
Okay, so now that we have done agenda item I, we have agenda item J, open microphone.
So this is the section between you asking questions and us getting lunch.
Oh yes, I'm very aware of that. Hi, Sander Stefan, speaking for myself. when the transfer lock was mentioned, it became quite obvious that there are only 2 LARs currently using it or testing it. I actually was a bit mean and I transfer locked a resource that was supposed to be returned to the NCC just to see what they would do. Better for me to try it out than somebody who's actually having bad intentions. So, set a precedent. But I've been thinking about the transfer lock, and I feel that there is a much wider potential use for it. I was talking to a friend from a bank. I think so. A bank is not going to transfer away their ASNs or IP addresses or anything. So maybe it's for them a good extra safety measure to put a transfer lock on the resources, because they know they're not going to transfer it. Why run the risk that an administrative error, somebody having bad intentions, whatever, suddenly affects your operations? So I'm actually looking at making people more aware of the possibilities of the transfer lock, especially enterprises. So if anybody wants to join me and raise awareness a bit, please contact me on the list or privately.
Yeah, I want to comment on that because I was the other one that actually did the transfer lock testing. It is not very obvious how to do it. You actually need to open just an open ticket in the LAR portal, and the resources that are under lock, transfer lock, are not visible in the right database that they are locked. So you can only see it on the actual transfer lock statistics page. However, for the huge amount of transfer locks that we have currently in place, there is no intent currently to change that, because if nobody's using it, why automate it or make it more, integrated within the portal or in the database even. And currently we're looking at a solution, and we're currently looking at problems that might solve it. At least that's how I feel about it. It is there, and I think we should reevaluate this system in maybe a year or two. And but currently, it is there. You can use it, but it's a bit. You need to see how it works, and if you have a legitimate use for it or idea about it, just open a ticket and tell the NCC, well, this is what I want to do, and then they'll go through the whole authentication process with you, because not everybody can just say, I want to lock this and leave the company, and then you might have other issues. So there are some processes in place, and from somebody that actually did it, I got a warning. This is a fairly lengthy process. I'm used to do quite a lot of transfers. I thought the process itself was fairly light, but this was my experience. Peter.
Peter Hessler, I actually exactly wanted to ask that question to Marco. If you can describe how much load and effort that the REP NCC needs to put in for when somebody requests being added to the transfer lock, and whether or not you feel that with your current workload, a rush of people who are encouraged to do so, how that would affect you and your team.
I can confirm what Eric said, that we do some checks that if we get such a request, is it the right person that does it? But it's manageable. It's not too much. So also from the workload. And I want to second what Sander said there. We think there might be good use cases for some organizations, some members out there that want to protect their resources, and we would welcome their requests.
Yeah, so basically you're saying you're always looking for more work, right?
Don't put words in my mouth, but but actually good work, let's say, that is good for the internet and for our members, of course, we're always happy to do.
The option is there, and if you have a legitimate use for it, I just did the testing for it. But if you have a legitimate use or concern about it, just open a ticket in the LAR portal, and they'll help you through it.
Yeah.
Any other?
So Stefan, short comment on what you said about reevaluating it. I think most people for whom this would be useful are not even aware of it because they're not part of this working group. They don't attend these meetings. So I totally agree. We need to reevaluate at some point, but we also should give it enough time for the knowledge to get through the operators.
Okay. Do we have questions online? No questions. Going once, going twice. Are we finishing 2 minutes? All right. So if you have any additional questions, remark from any of the content presented here or on policy, or you have policy ideas, speak to the right address policy working group chairs or post on the mailing list. And I would like to thank everybody, and we'll see for the next session if the scribe is working again for the technology this time. Thank you. And see you in Prague.
Hello? Ooh, that's loud. All right, I'll wait for a few people to find their seats. Okay, hello and good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the RIPE NCC Services Working Group. Sorry, I've just heard the bell ringing. I'm wondering if I should wait a few more minutes or... No, that's correct. Okay, so welcome to the NCC Services Working Group. We are at RIPE 88, and this is actually the first time that I'm chairing the session from the beginning anyway. As you all know, we lost, well, we didn't lose. One of our chairs stood down at the last meeting. And, you know, at the time, some of you who have been to the NCC Services Working Group would remember that the NCC Services Working Group is everyone's favorite working group, and that it continues to be everyone's favorite working group. So I just want to put that out there. So thank you all for attending the favorite working group. Okay, on to serious things. We have a packed agenda today with lots of interesting talks. This is the welcome. We have an update from the RIPE NCC, technology update from Felipe, and an update on the RPKI operations, and a registry update. And James, unfortunately, isn't feeling too well today, so Marco will be doing his presentation later on today. And then we have open mic, and obviously the open mic is for everybody who has something to share or anything they want to add to that's your opportunity. So if you have something you're thinking about, you've got about an hour or so to think further about that and then bring it up at the open mic. So admin matters. I've done the welcome. We have a scribe, Anthony, and we have a stenographers as well, so thank you to you. The agenda, if there's no objections, I would like to finalise the agenda. Does anyone have anything else to add? I'm seeing thumbs up. Okay, excellent. So the agenda is now final, so thank you. And then the approval of the minutes from RIPE 87. They were shared on the mailing list. There were no comments on the mailing list. Does anyone have anything to add or say about the RIPE 87 NCC Services Working Group minutes? Okay, so minutes are then approved. Thank you. Okay, and then we will move on to the first presentation, which is Hans-Peter Holen with an update on the RIPE NCC. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everybody. So I'm Hans-Peter Holen, Managing Director of the RIPE NCC, and I've been so now for 4 years. Some of you have been here for a long time, know that I've been part of this community for even longer. So you may recognize me from that. So what I'm doing today is to, rather than make a separate slide deck reporting what we've done since the last meeting, I've taken the full annual report and converted into a slide deck and showing you the highlights there. Because we're using a lot of time to produce an annual report every year, and I really would like all of you to read it and reflect on what's in there and give us feedback on what we should be doing. This is about what we've done the last year. So the big change last year was after the GM, there was a clear feedback from the membership that we should be more cost conscious. So after discussing with the board, we pulled the brakes at the beginning of the year in May and reduced our activity to fit into and not to spend the full budget of 40 million, but ended up spending 37.3 million. So that may not seem like a lot, but it was a stretch for the organization and for all of us to see, how do we start to think differently? The RPKI has over the years been used to having more money that we were able to spend. Now we had to start to think about what we spent them on and spending the money carefully. Our CIO left us and we decided to reorganize the technical department. So our CTO, Felipe, will present more on that later on, but that's also been a big internal change. Also, we have had a program over several years and a lot of efforts last year into strengthening the security. That's a theme for not only the RPKI and all of you, I imagine, but also, the whole world now. Security, cybersecurity has become way more important. And we've also spent a lot of time on sanctions because the RPKI is subject to EU sanctions and we need to adhere to those. So our strategy and our plans are based on our 5-year strategy is that the RPKI has been established by the RIPE community to support the community. And then the community asked us to be a regional internet registry and to maintain an accurate registry. And in addition to that, we want to enable you to be able to operate one secure, stable, and resilient internet. So it's kind of 3 things that fit very closely together. You're dependent on the registry to make sure that your numbers are unique, and we are dependent on you to give us feedback on how to do that. And we need a stable organization to do this. And that means not only having a board and a GM, but we also need to interact with governments and make sure that they understand what we do and defend the RAN system and defend this governance model. And none of this is possible without engaged staff. So that's our strategy in a nutshell. There was a BOF yesterday, and Remco shared these strategies and more detailed talks on that. And what my takeaway from that is that there was great support in the room for the direction that we have been going. So what did we do last year? Well, we consulted extensively on charging scheme. We had several meetings on that, and we decided not to spend the same effort this year. And that has, as all of you that are subscribed to Members Discuss, resulted in a lot of discussions about that. We hear that, but we consciously planned to spend all our energy on cost savings this year and not on reiterating the charging scheme. Maybe that was the wrong priorities. So that will have to change before the next meeting, but more about that in the GM. There was a change to not change the charging scheme last year, and that's what we have for our budget this year. But there is a vote in the GM later today to do that. But the result of last year was to not change it. We did have a survey last year, and it was a lot of interesting information there. And 92% of those that answered that survey were satisfied with the service level. And the NPS, the Net Promoter Score, was 43, which is really incredible. So we have an executive board that guides me and set the strategy, and I have with me a management team to lead the organization. There is also a page here with the highlights of what we've done through the year, and you can see here there is a lot of engagement with governments, with community, RIPE meetings, regional meetings, and so on. It's a busy year. It's really amazing how we're able to fit all of this into the calendar and still get some vacation and do the work at home. Membership overview. I hear a lot of people talking about declining membership. That's not true. The number of members stay the same. It's around 20,000 members, but the number of LIRs, local internet registries, that's declining. We had a peak of 25,000 LIRs, and that's now going down towards the number of members. And this is because we have this policy from the last /8 and from the waiting list that you can only get one chunk of address space per LIR. So why do we allow multiple LIRs per members? The RIPE-NCC started as a project in Rare and Turena, today Giant, and then got established as an organization in '97. Before that, all the policies were written local internet registries. When the membership organization was started, the governing documents for the organization was members. And nobody thought that that would be two different things. But then that happened over time. The board stopped the establishment of multiple LIRs and put it to a vote on a GM. And the members said, accuracy of the registry is more important. Let allow multiple LIRs. Therefore, we have this construction that a member can set up multiple LIRs. That's, the history in a nutshell. So, the registry, that's the core of the business for many. It's an important part. And you can see here that we still hand out some V4 addresses. There is a waiting list. Marco presented on that in address policy this morning. And you can, if you get on the list, get addresses in 1.5 to 2 years, depending on how much is returned to us. But there is still a thriving market for V6, which is the future and where our attention really should be. And the number of addresses that we hand out from 1 year to another is roughly the same. It changes a bit. Transfers. Now, this is an interesting thing because we have transfers between members for various reasons. They can be mergers and acquisitions, or they can be policy transfer, where somebody sells their right to registration in our database to somebody else. And there are transfers between the regions. And you can see here that we have 8.5-ish million addresses coming into the region, while 1.2-ish millions going out of the regions. So stopping interregional transfers, as was suggested, that may not be a good idea, right? Then that would be a net loss for the region. Most of this towards ARIN, then APNIC and some LACNIC. AFRINIC does not have an inter-RAR transfer policy, so it's only with ARIN, APNIC, and LACNIC this is possible. Accountability, that's something that's really important, and we do a lot of efforts into making sure that the registry stays up to date. So we do ARC, assisted registry checks, where we sit down with the members and go through the registrations. We did more than 2,000 of that last year. And we're checking details like email addresses and abuse and so on, and a lot of that is automated. But it still results in, you can see here, 649 manual interventions in this. So even if we can automate the 100,000s of checks here, this ends up with also manual work. We receive reports. I personally get emails. Can you stop this hacker? Can you stop this spammer? He's using your IP address. And we have to tell them that, we're running a registry. You can look up in the registry who it is and you can contact them. Now, Maria had a presentation yesterday on our role in handling illegal information on the internet. And it's not our role to stop that. But we still have to handle those requests. We get hijack investigations. Luckily, most of them are false positives, but we still have to deal with them. As you can see in later presentations today, we unfortunately also have fraud attempts towards us, which we then routinely report to the police. But investigation here takes a lot of time. Right, database updates. This is probably one of the more mature roadmaps and actions there you see on developments of the work items discussed in the database working group and implemented, and also not only new stuff, but also improvements. And when you look at the development effort we do, we're not developing software as any software development company. We're developing a software to run a service that we provide to the members. So the team also does the service delivery part, the operations part. Yes, we have an IT department that manages the infrastructure, but the database team or the other teams needs to also maintain the service. And once operating systems needs upgrading and middleware and Java versions and PHP versions, we need to refactor the code in order to run. So it's not only about developing new features. RPKI, a very important addition to securing the routing system. And of course, it's a heavy investment in the technology here, in securing this. And the main focus this year is compliance here, to have externals auditing or control framework or checks to make sure that we can get a statement from an auditor saying that here are the checks and balances that the RIPE-NCC has in place, so this can be trusted. And that's not only technical checks, that's checks on the HR and on the whole organization. Information services, we have a measurement service with more than 12,000 probes where you can measure anything in the internet. A third of those measurement services measure the route names system and around 50 TLDs. Another third measures the anchors. So if you have an anchor in your network, you can get extensive knowledge about how the rest of the internet sees your network and vice versa. And then a third of it is individual measurements, both from members and users and from researchers that uses this system to do research. This is not only funded by members, it's also funded by sponsors. And if some of you are interested in this, we're more than welcome to receive more sponsorships here. DNS and K-route, back in the days when there was a 2 meg line between Europe and the US, well, there were actually 2 or 3, the DNS queries that needed access to the route would time out. So there were a couple of route servers being established in Europe, and RIPE-NCC manages one of them, K-route. If you know the founder of the RIPE-NCC, Daniel Karenberg, you can imagine why it's K. And you can see here how these servers are distributed around. It's one letter. It used to be one server, but today it's multiple instances. And it's 13 letters, 12 root server operators, or something like that, last time I counted, and more than 1,700 instances. So this is a massively distributed system. Why are we doing this? Because it's important for all ISPs to make sure that there is a root server system working for you. Alternatively, it could be run by just US companies. It's really important that this is diversified and not only run by US or hyper-commercial companies that may or may not be interested in doing this for the future. So having non-profits in here, like we have NetNode here, we have ISC here that also does this, a couple of US universities, a couple of US military defense operations. So there is diversity here. It's wide in APNIC. So it's important that it's diversity into this system. RIPEStat, you can look into this. RIS, we collect routes. These are systems that are mostly stable. RIPEStat and Atlas, we've invested a lot now in the user interface and bringing that into a modern framework that's also scalable to mobile devices. Now, community and engagement. Well, we're here, aren't we? We do 2 RIPE meetings a year, and we do a lot of engagement around in the region because doing a meeting in Schengen makes it impossible for members outside the Schengen area to participate in some cases. It may be possible to get a visa, and it may have been much more difficult to get a visa to get into Schengen if you're from Iran, Syria, Russia, or countries like this. So we also do regional meeting in Southeast Europe, Central Asia, and in the Middle East, the MINOG. And then we also sponsor local NOGs where we send speakers, and we also give some support for them to organize. So in some extent, we have a lot of ambassadors out there in the regionals and so on that works with their community in order to make sure that the internet works in their country and their region. We also do in-person training and webinars. This is a really important tool for us when we go and talk to governments outside the EU. What can you do for us? They ask, and we say, well, we can help you doing capacity building in RPKI, securing your internet, and in V6. And that opens the doors to make sure that we can talk to them and be a partner. RIPE-NCC Academy, it's not only in person anymore, it's also online. And you can round this off with a certified professional, so that you can actually document to your employer that you have this knowledge, and that is important in some companies, and more so in some part of our service region than others. Policy development. So we develop policy here for us, but there is a lot going on in developing policies for how to govern the internet around the world, and we try to participate in that. So we do roundtables with the government in the Middle East. We did 2 in Southeast Europe and 1 in Western Europe. We do respond to public policy consultations. Sometimes the RIPE NCC has an opinion that we submit. Sometimes the RIPE Community Coordination Working Group submits this their opinion there, and we help facilitating that. And there is also a lot of internet governance events. You may know about the Internet Governance Forum established by the UN, but there is now a huge discussion in the UN on the future of this, the so-called Digital Compact, and we follow this closely. We don't engage in it for the sake of engaging in it, but to make sure that the technical community will have a space here and will be heard, because we're not any other stakeholder here. We're the experts that runs the internet, and we should be there in order to provide expertise before policies and decisions are made. Supporting the community, I already mentioned these events, and the participants there. We also do open house events. We did 10 of them. That's a concept that we developed more or less during COVID, where we arranged an open house, a virtual event, where we have somebody on stage to discuss something or present something, and members can, or community members can dial in and participating in the conversation. For the NOGs and regional events, here you can see all the NOGs that we have participated in and sponsored. And we have here an overview of the different events that we have organized ourselves. Looking at the 2 RIPE meetings we did last year, more than 1,000 attendees, 856 on-site and 216 remotely in Rotterdam. So, if we do it in a big city in Northwestern Europe, we get a lot of visitors. But we also did 1 in Rome, and we got 732. But you can also then see that we get different demographics from different parts of Europe. And you may remember the year before, we did 1 in Serbia, and there we see lower numbers of participation, but we see other people coming in, not only the tourists. So moving it around and not having all the events in Amsterdam is really important for us and for you as a community, I believe. Community project funds, that's something that was established some years back when the RIPE NCC had a surplus, and the board discussed, what can we do to contribute to the good of the internet. There is donations to the IETF to make sure that there is stability there. And it's the Community Project Fund where there is a committee with community members that picks out some projects and to give them funding. And in return, they have to come and present and publish RIPE Labs articles for that. And I believe that the call for proposals is still out, and I see Al nodding here. And if you have questions about that, you can grab Al, who is hiding here on row 3. So, RIPE Labs, if you have something that you want to publish and share with others, we have RIPE Labs, the internet magazine for our community. We publish articles there ourselves. I think we published 12 or 14 articles reading up to this meeting. I provided the list to the board, and it's kind of a 2-hour read to prepare for this week. There is a lot of good information there to stay up to date. And we take publications from others as well. I mentioned a survey, almost 4,000 responders. The survey was in 10 languages, and 52 of them were in, 52% of the responses were in other languages than English. So we took, answers in multiple languages and translated that. Value for money, 69% of the respondents thinks that the RIPE NCC brings value for money. No, unfortunately, that number had dropped from, I think, 73% from the previous survey, so we need to look into that. But it's still an amazing number. 86% of the users of the database finds the data to be accurate, and 89% finds it to be useful. I think that's amazing numbers, although, I would really like it to be 100% accurate at any point in time. but that may not always be possible. Security challenges, 40% of the people that responded to this survey thinks that security challenges is one of their biggest challenges. So it's food for thought for us. What can we or what can the community do for this? And I know that the anti-abuse working group has been discussing whether they should extend their scope from just one aspect of security of anti-abuse to a wider spectrum, and that's a bit up to you in the community. For me, as managing director of the RIPE NCC, is to make sure that we secure the organization, the information, the systems and services appropriately so that we can the information there can be trusted. Inside the RIPE NCC, we have 180 FTEs, 35% female. I would love to see that grow to 60. But that's an issue with our industry and it's an issue with our community, but this is something that's really important to us. When it comes to diversity, what we have been focusing on is to hire from all over our service region. So it's an amazing company to work for. We have 42 nationalities. Well, actually, no, we have 43 or 45 different nationalities in the office working for us. Now, over time, a lot of people have become Dutch citizens, so it may even be more than what it looks like in the HR statistics. The turnover, I'm happy to say, has gone down from slightly above 10% to 6.7%, and the number of languages spoken are more than 30. Now, English is the working language, but you know, looking across all staff, they all understand and feel the need for multilingual support, but it's also really difficult to run and operate a registry where we need to have everything in one common language. This is a requirement that was set by the community when the RIR system was started. RIPE NCC management team, I briefly mentioned that earlier on. Felipe is going to present afterwards. He is the Chief Technology Officer. James is the Chief Registry Officer, Hisham is the Chief Community Officer, Eleonora is the Chief Information Security Officer, Simon is the Chief Financial Officer, and Caroline is the Chief HR Officer, and Atina, the Chief Legal Officer. And then Daniela, my executive assistant, keeps track on me and the whole exec team and supports the board. So this is the team that looks after the RIPE NCC, but it's really run by the 180 staff together, not by us. General meeting, there are some statistics in here on that. Compliance and transparency, I won't read this out to you, but I just kept the page in there to demonstrate there is a lot of things going into that. We did an audit by EY of the registry. They looked particularly into transfer processes. We got a lot of recommendation backs from them. We're now doing a SOC 2 audit. They're still checking the evidence provided. The agreement was really with EY that they would provide a report last Friday so that I could present it here. And that's delayed, but I still hope that we will get the full report by the end of June. Sanctions, you've heard presentations about that, and this is still not resolved. We're able to provide almost all services to sanctioned member. We cannot assign them new resources and we cannot allow transfers. Or banks won't allow us to receive money from them, and they do not, and the banks do not allow us to receive money from ultra high risk countries such as Syria and Iran. So this is still something that takes a lot of time from us. You can also find a detailed breakdown on the cost per activity in the plan and a description of what's behind there, and also nice graphics to see where we saved money compared to the budget. And you can see here that we did not cut down in the registry spendings, but we did quite a lot in the administrative overhead, in the organization sustainability. You can say the office of the managing director, but that was because I had a lot of reserves there. So that's what it is. Now, if you as members would like more details in here, sure, let us know. Now, obviously, we cannot present, individual salaries or individual amounts in contracts, because if we've negotiated a good deal, the contract with the vendor, the contract is usually with the confidentiality clause. So we need to keep this on a fairly high level, but I'm committed to openness and transparency, so that's it. And with that, I've come to the end of my slide deck. So I believe we have 4 minutes and 50 seconds left for questions.
Yes, thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Hans-Peter? Jim.
Jim Reid speaking for myself. Hans-Peter, I think it's good to put some statistics up there on how the money is being spent. But from my perspective, at least, I think that's the level of detail we need to stop at. If you go beyond that level of detail, we're going to get to the stage of individuals or members trying to micromanage how the NCC does things. And I think that way is just a path of madness. If there's concerns that members have about how money is being spent, the mechanisms they have to deal with that are to talk to the board members and then have the board members act on it. So I think the level of detail you're providing on the finances is great, but please don't go beyond that at this stage because it's just going to open up a can of worms.
Thank you for that feedback.
Thanks, Jim. Are there any other questions? Anything on the... no?
Well then, thank you so much for
Thank you.
having me.
With that, I'd like to invite Felipe up on the stage to talk about, to give us a technology update. Thanks, Felipe.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Felipe. I'm the CTO at the RPKI, and today I'd like to give an update on what we're doing within technology. In technology in 2024, we have two main objectives, ensuring the security and compliance of our services, and second, to keep costs within budget. In my presentation today, I'll be covering those two objectives. Starting with security and how we're ensuring a stable internet. So why is there an increased relevance in security? One reason is the contractual value of IPv4 addresses and the fact that an unauthorized transfer can cause a significant financial harm to our members. And second, the potential large impact on network connectivity caused by an unauthorized access. Like, for example, a misconfiguration in RPKI can have a severe impact in the internet. On the 24th of April this year, we have published a security investigation report. I have added the link here in case you want to have a look. In a nutshell, we had leaked credentials early this year from our members that were published online, and that was not detected during our routine monitoring. Furthermore, there were brute force attempts execute against the RPKI access accounts. So in total, there are passwords of 870 accounts that were identified in public data breaches. 104 of those were linked to LR accounts. Email addresses were changed for 270 accounts, and that was using a feature that's no longer available in RPKI access, where one could change the email address of the account. And finally, there were 8 accounts that were possibly compromised through brute force attacks. So what we have done about this? Well, first of all, we reset the password for all accounts that were either exposed through a data breach or that suffered brute force attempts. We also closely monitored the resources for 104 accounts that were identified as vulnerable for any suspicious activity going on there. For the accounts with recently updated email addresses, we have reached out to the account holders and to confirm whether that change was legitimate. And finally, we checked that no unauthorized change had taken place for the accounts that suffered brute force attempts. We have also made improvements in our RPKI access. The most important one was the introduction of mandatory 2FA. That happened on the 27th of March this year. That required significant code changes following a replatform that we implemented last year. And I have talked about that in RPKI 6, so you might want to refer to my slides there. But in a nutshell, we have migrated the backend engine from Atlassian Crowd to Keycloak and replatformed the whole thing to run on a Kubernetes cluster. We have then moved the 2FA implementation code from our own custom implementation to the native Keycloak one, and then it was a matter of enabling mandatory 2FA directly in Keycloak. We're currently implementing support FIDO2 keys and other authentication methods. And I have also recently written a labs article about it, so you want to refer to that. Now changing topics, ISO 8000 compliance and our ensuring trust and RPKI. I'm pretty sure that most of the room knows this, but RPKI, the RIPE&C is one of the 5 trust anchors for RPKI, and we issue certificates to resource holders, and that's a key element for routing security. So our goal here is to enhance the security and integrity of RPKI by doing 2 things. First is to build our members' trust and confidence that they're doing the right thing. And second, to ease compliance efforts should any new regulatory requirement arise. So the goal here is to develop and implement an internal control framework that contains all the important IT security elements, but also can be tailored towards specific RPKI needs. There are 5 areas covered in this control framework: security, availability, confidentiality, and processing integrity. And we have left privacy out because there is no personal information in RPKI. So as Hans-Peter just mentioned in his presentation, this was a huge undertaking involving the whole organization, not just your usual IT security controls, but also HR and facilities for things like security of the building, background screening for new staff, etc. So the goal here is to ensure that we have sufficient controls in place and that those controls are implemented to relevant policies and procedures. And there is also an audit trail that can be verified by a neutral third party, like by an auditor. So where we are on this process, we're actually in the middle of an audit. So EY is the auditor that we have selected. They started the audit last month, and I was really hoping to be here today and say that the audit is completed and this is the result. However, we still need a couple of weeks more. We have 76 controls being tested by UI, and the final report is expected over the next couple of weeks. And then this report can only be disclosed to members on request under an NDA. And then 1 year from now, we're planning to do the type 2 audit, which is more thorough than the type 1. Now, I think there's many people waiting for this part of my presentation about what they're doing to reduce costs, especially reducing our data center footprint. We have a relatively large data center footprint in the RIPE&CC. So we have 46 racks spread across 2 different data centers in Amsterdam, and the cost for housing and power alone is just shy from 1 million euros per year. Half of that space is used for our internet measurement services, for Atlas, RIS, and STAT data sets. So the underlying technology is Hadoop cluster, and these are very large data sets. So you can think of petabytes worth of data, basically telling the history of the internet. So our goal here is to reduce that footprint by half before the end of this year, and by more than 70% by the end of 2025. And we want to achieve that while at the same time preserving all the historical data and maintaining the service levels. And I have also written a labs article about it, so in case you're interested, I suggest to read. So this is the current situation in our data centers. I have 2 data centers, M3 and M5, 36 racks in M3, 10 racks in M5. And you might have guessed each square represents a rack. And I have color-coded them. So the red one is about network, so switches, routers, etc. The blue one is used by GII, so DNS, for example. Then the purple part is basically the Hadoop cluster, so that's used by RIS, STAT, and Atlas datasets. And then you have the yellow one that's used by IT, so that's RPKI, Dall'Ara portal, RIPE database, and so on. So our goal here is to reduce that by half before the end of this year, and we are well on track of that. And by 78% by the end of next year. So going down from 46 down to 10 racks. Now, there is no magic here. We're not just reducing all this rack space. But there's some movement to the cloud. So there's an increased cloud cost, however, at a much reduced rate. So we'll explain a bit now how we're doing this. So it's mostly to the RIPE Atlas backend migration. So since last year, we have started migrating the RIPE Atlas datasets from our on-prem infrastructure to a hybrid solution that's composed by two parts. The first one is a smaller cluster that's built using rented bare metal from an European cloud provider. And that can be seen as a cache, if you will. And then for the historical data, we're planning to use AWS S3. So that's a cheap object storage from AWS. And this new solution only costs a fraction of the current one while maintaining the same service levels and also being future-proof, because one of our worries was about the data growth. So this chart basically says what I just explained on the left side. Now on the right side, you have the hot storage. So that's the cache, if you will. It's built on rented bare metal. And then on the left side, you have the historical data that's in the object storage. We're using AWS S3, but it's also possible to use other options. And there is a lot of money saving part on the historical data. So there was a question yesterday on Robert's presentation about whether it's cheaper to go to the cloud or not. I think that depends a lot on the use case. In this specific case, it proved to be significantly cheaper to use AWS S3 as opposed to running this on-prem or to just have a bigger cluster using a rented bare metal. The cost of both solutions, like for the hot storage and the cold storage, are roughly the same, and we have budgeted for 100,000 euros per year, so to have an idea. And these parameters are all adjustable. So we could make a smaller cluster, for example, for the hot storage. We could change the tiering in AWS and so on. And then we can optimize for cost, performance, or find a good balance between both. Going through the migration timelines now, we have finalized the data extraction, so exporting the data from the old cluster into S3. We're currently migrating data sets from RIS and STAT into a different cluster. So it's in the Atlas cluster, moving to a different one. And you have also finalized building a new cluster using rented bare metal. And we very soon are going to start consuming data into this new cluster. So once you have sufficient data there, we can then switch over production to this new cluster and then start decommissioning the old one and removing the hardware from the data center. Now, that was basically my presentation for today. A couple of takeaways. The first one is that security is our top priority in technology, and our goal is to contribute to the stability of the internet. And second, cost effectiveness is our second priority, and we're aiming to have significant cost reductions by modernizing the infrastructure of our internet management services. And I now open the floor for questions.
Thanks, Felipe. Are there any questions?
There's more questions.
Oh, there's one on the Massimo's, which we'll take first.
Yeah, so there's a question from Maximilian Hennig, speaking for himself. Did you evaluate other S3 providers?
Sorry.
Did you evaluate other S3 providers?
We have an option with Cloudflare for the R2, but it proved to be more beneficial S3 for now, but we're still reconsidering that. It's possible that we might use R2 in the future.
I think Jim got there just ahead of Marco.
Jim Reed speaking for myself again. Very interesting presentation, and thank you for those updates on what's going on. My question is about the use of the cloud service providers. Have you given any thoughts into exit strategies from these providers? I'm particularly concerned about the possibility that a cloud provider either goes bust or decides for some other reason that you can look at access to the data that you submitted to them. So do you have backups for some of this data? Do you have the ability to then recover that data in the event of something really bad happening that's not in the best interests of the NCC or the rights broader membership?
Yes, we all have concerns about all of these topics. We also think about if something goes wrong, that you can quickly redeploy in a different provider. So that's why we aim to use standards like Kubernetes, for example. So if you have something running on AWS and Kubernetes, it's very easy to move that to either on-premise, where you also have a cluster, but you could also use from OVH or from other providers.
Okay. What motivated this question for me is that it's not a comparable situation, but it does have similarities. Is that there's one case of an organization which is dependent on the database service, and it's impossible to move away from that database service because of the terms of conditions, and there's no possibility of migrating to another provider because the cost of trying to do that are far, far in excess of the cost of using the existing service they've got. So I just want to know that you've got some mechanisms that can be used in the event of something really bad happening. Thank you.
Yeah. So you're more worried about the legal aspects of it?
Well, not so much. Just playing devil's advocate for a moment. Just say your cloud provider says, I'm not playing ball anymore and you can't get your data from us ever again. Have a nice day. Then what?
Thank you.
I think there would be a bigger problem then. Marco.
Marco Ditri from CWeb is strictly related. Did you calculate how much it would cost to take the historical data outside of S3?
We calculated how much it would cost to fix the current cluster, so keep it on premises, and it was basically double the price.
No, sorry, it's a different question. You will not have a local backup anymore of the historical data, is this correct? It will only be in S3?
For now, it's in S3, and we currently have also in the current cluster, so we didn't delete it yet. But yes, in the future, it will be only in S3.
Okay, and in that future, how much would it cost to take the data outside from S3 if it were needed for any random reason?
I mean, I don't have a number to give to you. However, I do believe that most of the effort will be from an engineering point of view. And I think we could reuse a lot of the scripts that we wrote to extract data from the current cluster into S3.
Sorry, this is not a technical question. This is a business question because taking that outside of S3 is extremely expensive.
Yes, now I see your point. We didn't calculate. We can follow up offline.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Marco. Ben, and then.
Hi, Ben Medicine from Work Online. I think that you said, if I heard you correctly, that the access to the results of the RPKI audit were available under NDA to members. Is that correct, or is it subject to NDA for whoever's interested in seeing that data and is willing to enter into the NDA?
To the best of my knowledge, it's just for members. And
Okay.
you have to make a request and then sign an NDA.
I would
Some people are just
suggest-
going to have published online.
I'd suggest that that's a much wider audience that has a legitimate interest in seeing the results of that audit. The group of people that are relying on you to operate that infrastructure in a secure fashion is much broader than the NCC's membership. I'd encourage you to rethink that.
So, Hans-Peter Holen, Managing Director, thanks for that feedback. We will definitely take that into consideration. We also have on our roadmap a SOC 3 report or a Type 3 report, which will be available to everybody. The reason that we want to be limiting distribution of the SOC 2 report is, as you know, SOC 2 reports includes all technical details of all vulnerabilities currently. So that can be a security risk in itself to share that. Now, hopefully we don't have any of those. So then it's a clean report, so it's not a problem, but it's not something that the provider automatically will pass out. We're also aiming for an ISO 27001 where the certificate will be available. But, you know, being part of the supply chain of vendors that have compliance requirements, that puts us in this situation, and they are our members or customers. But yeah, you know, ideally this should be public, but that has consequences. So yeah.
So to be clear, I'm not for a second suggesting that you stick it on the website. I think that whatever whatever mechanisms you see fit to put in place to ensure that it's going to remain confidential are completely legitimate. I just don't think that an arbitrary restriction that it has to be the member base is appropriate.
Thanks, Ben.
Peter Hessler from Zao, speaking for myself. I want to strongly echo what Marco was saying earlier about the cost of leaving S3. There's been a number of relatively famous cases where it was, cents to add your data, but millions to take it out, and it could bankrupt organizations by trying to leave the service. And I have to say, frankly, I'm disappointed that you haven't looked at this and considered it, because this is something that we have brought to the NCC when the entire cloud discussion started. So it's a little frustrating that that part was ignored when that was a big concern for a lot of us, because that could be the entire budget for the year.
Yeah. No, thanks for the feedback. And I do understand there's the whole egress cost from S3, and I'll get the numbers.
Okay, two more comments, questions. Gagana first.
Yeah, so it's from remote participant Randy Bush, IIJ Research. Why is the RPKI audit NDA at all?
Because the format of this audit report, maybe Hans-Peter wants to say more about it. It's not something you can just disclose because it includes a lot of security information.
So Hans-Peter Holen, Managing Director, RPKI again. Hi, Randy. As I tried to say, a SOC 2 report lists all the controls that we have in place and whether they have been effective or not. So if that report says that we had this control in place and the control was not effective, that's demonstrating a vulnerability that can be used to attack us. Now, ideally, there will be no deviations or no such finding. I mean, that's our goal, right? And then we could theoretically make it public. I would love to do that, but I can't promise to do that.
Thanks, Professor. Right, finally, Ben.
Hi, Ben, BG Beatles. I feel like it's important to tell everybody else and I'm not advocating for cloud migrations here, but the 5th of March, Amazon announced that if you basically are saying that you're permanently leaving Amazon, then they will waive egress fees to leave. So it's a sort of a slightly moot point.
Yeah.
But that's only Amazon, I believe. So.
Yeah, thanks, Ben.
Thanks. So that wasn't the last question. We've got two more on Massimo's, and the last question on the floor after that. Oh, sorry, one. Oh, he's coming live.
Hello, hi. So I would like to address two of the questions that have been asked before. My name is Razvan. I'm the IT engineering manager in the RPKI. I have been deeply involved in this, of course, data center migrations and some of these movements. To the question regarding whether we looked at other S3 providers as an industry standard, yes. We chose AWS S3 this time because of previous experience with its performance. We had tests done before. We had existing pipelines for deployment. We do infrastructure as code, and also the security controls that we have integrated in the landing zone with the security tools that we use internally. So that was also due to the urgency of the entire project. That was the decision being taken and the financials checked out. That being said, as Felipe mentioned, we are constantly looking at and comparing other options, and we'll consider them as soon as all these integrations have the time to test them and see what would make sense in the future. This was on the AWS S3. On the egress, it is indeed what has been said previously. In case you decide to leave the cloud AWS entirely, the egress fees are being waived. So that also gives a bit of insurance that you do not run bills into millions, as mentioned. Thank you.
Thanks, Razvan, for that clarification. Right, final comment.
So Tobias, Max Planck Institute for Informatics, and also sometimes a little bit of a security researcher. I would like to remind everyone of the Kirchhoff's principle in cryptography. And I would like to note that given our large membership, I would not be surprised if a document obtained under NDA stored at one member might become ultimately public due to a misconfiguration, an oversight, or a simple human error. So given Kirchhoff's principle, I would argue that deciding to publish it from the beginning is just anticipating an incident which will ultimately happen if it can be obtained by members.
Yeah, thanks, Tobias.
Thank you. Okay, that's all the questions we have for you, Felipe. So thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Tim, who's going to talk some more about the RPKI operations at the RIPE NCC. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me. My name is Tim Bruijnzeels. You might know me from when I used to work for RIPE NCC until 2018, I think. I joined another labs and worked on the RPKI software there. And since January 1st, I joined RIPE NCC again. So in that capacity, I want to give you an update. Let me just dive straight into the details because time is short. What have we been doing? We've been doing a lot of work on the user interface for RPKI, the dashboard. And the reasons why, well, the current interface actually works quite well, we believe. But some processes are a bit suboptimal. For example, when you create a ROA, there's a red button that appears in the bottom right of your screen. You have to notice that, click that, and say, yes, I really want to create this thing. That's an example of a process that we want to improve. But I mean, theoretically, you could also improve that in the current stack, but we also wanted to replace the current stack because of maintainability and to make it easier for us to add new functionality to it. So a user feedback was gathered by our UX expert in Rome, the RIPE meeting, and in one-on-one sessions afterwards. That led to a design that we're implementing now. I also mentioned this in my email to the routing working group that I sent this week, so you might have seen it there as well. We're not quite ready yet, but we'll be soon ready for beta testing this functionality, and if anybody is interested in that, then let me know, and I'll make sure that we can work something out. To give you a small example, the thing I mentioned earlier. So now when you create a new ROA, you get an explicit question that says, that asks you, like, do you want to apply this now, or essentially, do you want to keep making changes? If you apply now, then it's applied. If you keep making changes, then you enter a flow where essentially you can stage multiple pending changes, and you're then taken to an overview page where you see the effect of all those changes based on the information that we have from RIS-WISDOMs. Now, switching subjects a bit, future functionality. We want to work on new RPKI object types. So in my mind, the most promising and important one would be ASPA, because I think that has a lot of potential to further secure routing. But there are also other things, such as resource signed checklists, BGP cycle router certificates. I just showed you in the previous slide, we give you information about what we see in BGP and how your ROAS would affect that. But that information can be quite old, can be up to 8 hours old. So we could also look into making that feedback faster because, well, we have that information. We can get to it, it's work. And therefore, it's also a question of priority. We think that new object types are probably more important at this time. But if you feel differently, then please do let us know. Similarly, there have been questions in the past about IRR integration, like why do you need to maintain both ROAs and root objects separately? It's a lot of work for you. But the short of it is that integrating that into one system is not trivial, and you need to make choices about how you do that. And we need to have a discussion about that essentially before we can pick up that work. I'll spend 1 minute. I'm going to skip this one for the minute because, well, I thought it was important to include it because if you download the PDF, then you have a bunch of links that you can follow to learn a lot more about it. But I don't think time permits to really go into the details now. Other work that we've been doing. Hardware security modules, HSMs, are essentially used to keep keys private and to provide a good source of random. We use them extensively. Our trust anchor uses them, but also our online system relies on HSMs. Meaning, for example, that the keys in the database and in backups are not usable by others. We needed to replace the hardware for the online system, and we needed to replace the laptop that we use for the offline signing. And that also involves a lot of testing with the USB-based HSM that we use for it. Felipe already talked about this quite a bit. I just wanted to make it a bit more tangible. So what does the work on the audits mean, except for, being able to show that you do your work well? I think it also really helps us because it forces us to really look at our processes and make improvements where we see possibilities to improve things. It has taken quite a serious effort from the team, but I think what I'm trying to say is that that's worth it. Also from a perspective of, purely improving what we do. So for example, a business continuity plan, we had that. We didn't have a formal plan, let's say. Let me put it that way. But we did have documentation and we did have ideas, and our engineers knew what to do in case of certain outages. But being forced to write that down is actually quite helpful. One of the things we came across is that the database backups were done less frequently than we would like, so we improved that. Last but not least, this is a bit too high for me. I'm not as tall as Felipe. The certification practice statement, you might have seen that an update was sent to the routing working group about this. That document hadn't been updated in a while, and now it has been. What I want to end with is quickly mention to you that the NRO now has a RPKI program as well. The RERs have been meeting at ITS mainly since, well, as far as I can look back. But that were usually informal gatherings where ideas were shared and exchanged, and we could learn lessons from each other, but there was no formal goal setting or collaboration in that sense. It was useful, but it was not that. Now, however, there is a NRO RPKI program with a program manager, Sophia, who you might know. She used to work for LACNIC and later APNIC. She's still based in Brisbane, but now our focus is on this. Read the links if you're interested. This I copy and pasted from one of those documents. Essentially, the overarching goal of the whole program is to see where the RERs can improve things by collaborating. So what are your main obstacles and barriers that should be solved by the RERs together, right? And if you have ideas about this, then please, you can talk to us, you can talk to Sophia. We are very happy to know about it. For the moment, we did do our own goal setting and key objectives. They're quite high level, and well, that's just the stage where we are. We hope to make them more tangible in the time to come. But essentially, it's a definition of what a single global RPKI system should look like. We want to have a better understanding and improved transparency of robustness. So is the system available? How quickly do you publish, for example? we want to look at things from a security angle, like are we all doing handling security well enough, or are there gaps because they might affect the system as a whole? And of course, a cross-cutting concern, as they sometimes say in software engineering, is that we want to engage with the technical community, which is, well, you and others. The short term of it is that, well, we're meeting, we're trying to make these goals more tangible, but we're essentially establishing where we are now, and then we hope to get real tangible work items out of this going into next year. And that brings me to the end.
Thank you, Tim. Are there, we have one question on the...
There is an online question. It's not really to do with RPKI. Maximilian Emig of Uniberg asks, I'm still missing the search bar for the database on the new ripe.net. There is still enough free space in the menu bar. What is the advantage of the extra steps compared to the before state?
Sorry, there's an echo, so it's difficult to understand.
So
it's more of a...
it's about the
website.
About the main website.
About a search.
Yes. I don't think I'm the one to answer that question, to be honest. I know that there has been discussion about that when there was the new website was launched. But do we have somebody in the room who can answer that? So the search on the main website, I think it used to be easier to search the right database immediately. I think I have to defer that question to somebody else because it's, well, I'm not part of that.
I see Hans-Petter come into the mic.
Hi, so Hans-Petter Holen, Managing Director again. Our Web Services Manager, Phil, is here by the services desk, so go and talk to him. He's soliciting input on improvements to the website. So we are using user experience research methods into looking at the changes we're doing, testing them, and seeing what's working and what's not working. So he's really interested to hear input and looking on how we can improve.
That's great. Thanks, Hans-Petter. I think it's always useful to get feedback from users on the website. So feel free to, if you're not here, you're not going to see Phil on the registration desk, but I'm sure he'll be more than happy to receive an email from you about this. Any other questions or comments? Okay. Thanks, Tim. Okay, next up we have Marco to give the registry update. Thanks, Marco.
Good afternoon. As already mentioned, my name is not James Kennedy, which is a shame because then my English would be much better. But yeah, I will try to do my best. The slides are still from James, and a bit apologies up front that I might be a bit bumpy going through the flow. But yeah, my name is Marco Schmidt. I'm manager of registration services, and I'm happy to give you some insights in the activities of the registry division. As a registry, sorry, we actually have 3 commitments. We want to maintain, of course, an accurate registry as much as possible. We want to provide a world-class service to our members, and we want to protect the resources that we're giving under our control and that we provide to our members and to our end users. Looking a bit deeper into those 3 commitments, and first registry accuracy, we have some goals there to help us to achieve this accuracy. We want to verify all our members at least every 5 years, preferably less. The same for the end users. There's an asterisk there. We talk about, when we use end users in this context, about independent resource holders, so people that have IPv4 PI, IP6 PI, or IS numbers. And we also want to perform 2,400 ARCs per year. And to the people that don't know the term, it's assisted registry check. It's like an audit where we want to contact our members and verify that everything is in good position with them.
How do we verify that registry information? We do it in a way that we verify certain data from our members and our end users against official sources. And these data are the legal name and the address, the legal address, the registration number in a Chamber of Commerce, and in case our member or end user is a natural person, then the ID, and also the status of a legal company, if they are open, active, in liquidation, or closed. And for, again, natural persons, we rely on their IDs, which we, by the way, process in a GDPR-compliant way. The member data is monitored via Dun & Bradstreet, and we get information from them if we see that, or if they see that a status of a certain company has changed. By the way, if you happen to know that your company will go through a merger, through a name change, and so on, we always welcome that you inform us proactively, because then we can be ahead of time and we don't have to bother you later with some re-verification. We want to extend this activity to our end users to also monitor them more proactively, and we expect to later this year have this implemented. And how do we do this? Every time we verify a resource holder, a member, an end user, we put a timestamp on it. And currently we put them in 3 groups that we have verified them within the last 2 years, between 2 years and 5 years, and then more than 5 years. And of course, especially the last group, we want to reduce to 0. I have here some data, how this is going. So we are measuring this now since around 3 years. And if you see the members at the beginning, 3 years ago, around 1/4, 25%, the verification was more than 5 years ago. And now actually we have it this almost down to 0, and we're very busy getting it completely to 0. And that's an especially important task and a challenging task, because the verification ages, of course. Somebody who was not verified for 3 years, 3 years ago, now falls basically into the last category. But we're on a good track. You see 2/3 of our members have been recently verified within the last 2 years. For the end users, it looks quite similar. At the beginning, there was even much more end users not verified a long time ago. That was due to the fact that we had their registration papers, but they were not yet in our systems for a monitoring. And then we had some temporary colleagues that helped us to enter all this data in the system. This, you see the steep decline at the beginning, 2021, 2022. Then we still had a couple of complicated cases that especially members of my team clarified, and we are currently, just 0.5% of end users are not verified within the last 5 years. And you see there's an increase on the green part. This is mostly due to the fact that there was this big activity 2 to 3 years ago, and we are actually busy to also keep that number down, and you see already it is being reduced a bit. So how do we actually verify members and end users? We use different ways. Whenever we have a request coming in where we need to verify the resource holder anyhow, you can think about a transfer request, for end users also a resource request, it's automatically marked as verified. We also do ARCs, for example, and then we verify them manually after this is confirmed, and also a couple of other activities. Members, of course, when they become new members, when they activate the LR account, we do a verification, and also via any other methods that are available to us. And for end users, you have a similar picture, and there, of course, also if there's a sponsorship change, use this opportunity as well. Talking a bit more about ARCs, so we have the goal of 2,400 per year, and we focus mostly, especially on members that we haven't talked for a long time, that they are not verified for 5 years or almost 5 years. One aim is, of course, that we see that the information that we have from them is still accurate and up to date. And of course, we also want to use the opportunity to get in touch with them, because they might not be aware about recent policy and procedure changes. They might not know all the services that are available to them. And one recent example was the mandatory 2-factor authentication, which is not easy for everyone. So we use also ARC to support our members there. In 2023, we almost reached the target. We were short by a couple of dozen ARCs, but overall it was a very good achievement. And actually, we are currently working on some ARC automatization that hopefully will make the work for my ARC colleagues, but also for the members easier, because the most prominent part of an ARC is, of course, the phone call that we have with our member. But before doing that, there's a lot of work needed in preparing for that phone call. We are looking into what data we have on our files, what looks outdated, what needs to be double checked. And then we send this preparation email to our member, and they have to counter check. And we're actually positive once more automatization is in place that we'll be faster with this preparation, and we can do more ARCs and have more chances to talk to our members. Talking about service levels, Hans-Peter mentioned it already earlier in his update. We as a registry, we have a matrix there that we want to have a net promoter score of 80, a customer effort score of 6.5, and we want to respond to every incoming request within 1 working day. And I will go a bit more in detail on each of those ones. I think it is important to know that the net promoter score can be also negative. And probably all of you get occasionally these typical surveys after you made an online purchase, or if you had a flight or something, and those providers or those companies ask you to give feedback. And it is really useful. And I really want to ask you, if you had a request with us and you get the survey, take the 1-2 minutes and fill it in, because we take it serious and we always want to see what people like and where we can improve. And actually, every score above 0 is already good, because it means more people would recommend the vibrancy than to their friends and colleagues than not. So like Hans-Peter said, overall during the survey last year, the whole company reached a result of 42, I believe, which is already very good. Then scores of above 70 are in the highest percentile, and a score of 80 is actually world class. And that's what we put ourselves as a target. And I'm very happy to report that we are achieving it for the last 8 months in a row, which is a very good result, and shows that our services are appreciated, and we value this feedback. Thank you. Similar story for customer effort score. So there we asked the question, how easy made it the right NLC to handle your issue. That's a score from 1 to 7, with 7 the highest. And there our target is a 6.5, which is also considered world class. And again, actually we are doing very good. So the majority of the requesters feel that we handled the issue well. So since around 10 months, we are achieving our target of 6.5. So again, a very nice moment to be proud about it. Then the last matrix that we have is to respond to the tickets within 1 business day. This can be a bit conflicting with the other 2 goals, because a good service means that we send you, if there's a question, a clear response, a personalized response, that you know what is still needed. And that sometimes needs time. But still, considering this measurement since January last year, we handled more than 70,000 tickets, and we managed to respond within 1 business day to almost 98% of them. You see here some minimum or maximum. This is per different months. And some months even we managed to respond to all tickets. Sometimes the lowest score was 87.5. Which is usually related to special events. You can think about, there was a Dutch bank holiday that is not celebrated much else in the world. And then the next working day, well, many requests came in and the workload is double as high. Or my colleagues from member services relating to invoices, when there's a billing reminder, they know already the next day there are coming many questions because people have some challenges to pay their invoice, to get stuck somewhere. And while we try to shift resources to those activities, sometimes it's just too much that we can respond it all on the same day. But we are on a good path, and we're actually also very happy with these results. Now, talking about the last of our commitments to protect the resources, fraud handling is also one of our important activities. because we do receive falsified documents, we do receive misleading and wrong information, intentionally wrong information, and they are a risk for the registry. And we take them serious, we follow up on them, and also it's good to point out again that there will be consequences if we identify such manipulated documentation. So it can be eventually just a warning, but ultimately it can lead to closure of a membership, it can lead to deregistration, even to blacklisting to become a member for a certain period. And we also do report cases to the police, to the Dutch police. And I have here some statistics, how many cases we have reported in the last years to the Dutch police. Registry investigations, that's something that Felipe already touched upon in his presentation from the technical perspective, so I will keep it short on this side and talk more about the registry part of it. So related to all those SSO hijacks that were out there, people try to manipulate, submit requests, and while we actually identified those trends rather fast, 2 transfer requests actually proceeded, which maybe is one of the downsides of a fast response time on tickets. But we identified them. It was 1/24, IPv4, and 2 IPv6 allocations. And we took actions. We run a deep due diligence check to identify the patterns, what exactly happened, who's behind what. We identified who is the rightful owner with whom we are talking, and we reverted all the unauthorized changes, and not only for transfers, but also other changes. But at this moment, I also want to say that we have to be carefully to what we share with the public, because we don't want to give, let's say, some indications to, well, not so nice actors, what happened there. We identified the offender, and it resulted actually in the termination of this membership according to our RIPE NCC procedures. While of course we do everything that we can protect your resources, our resources, I think it's also a good moment to remind you that that you also can do your part. Just make sure that your credentials are always protected, that you use strong passwords. Also, keep your LAR contacts up to date, maintain them. It has happened in the past that a disgruntled ex-employee tried to make something nasty to their previous employer, so it's good to be alerted on that. And whenever you would see something suspicious, let us know immediately. We have a process in place that we immediately can flag a certain account, certain resources as vulnerable, and this will prevent that anything happens to these resources until the situation is clarified. And I included, or James actually included here, the link to the investigations report that we have published on it, and this is the information that we can share on those incidents with the public. The topic of external auditing came up already. Hans-Peter mentioned it, and just to give a bit more detail on the most recent one, there was an audit completed by Ernst & Young on the registry on the integrity of transfers. And actually, I'm very happy and proud to report that there were no major vulnerabilities found. There were a couple of recommendations that we are following up. It's mostly to put certain things, formalize them more, have a better documentation, where possible automatization, and we have added all those recommendations to our registry optimization plan, and we already have implemented some of them and are busy to act upon all those recommendations. Some other registry insights, the sanction compliance, the topic came up a couple of times already in previous presentations, so I will keep it short. We screen all our resource holders, members, and end users for EU sanction and also OFAC sanctions. And on the OFAC sanction, it's important to clarify this is related, OFAC sanctions only related to the invoicing, to the financial part, because our banks are very concerned about OFAC requirements. All resource holders are screened, and as soon we identify a potential hit, the resources are frozen, and we investigate if there's an actual sanction that applies to us, because there are many different sanctions out there, and not all are really relevant to us. And once it is confirmed that a member or an end user is on the sanction list, we freeze their account, we freeze their resources, and they cannot request new resources from us anymore. All this actually costs quite some work. We get every month around 1,300 alerts from our automatic monitoring. A lot of them are false positives, but still we have to look at them and exclude those false positives and see if there's any real match. This has to do that we are not only directly monitoring our members, but also who is the major shareholder, who is the owner, who is the managing director. And there are sometimes matches of names on the sanction list, and we have to exclude them. And we publish this in a quarterly sanction report, and the last one has just published, I think, in February. As I'm also at the end of the time, I just want to quickly use the opportunity to refer to some interesting RIPE Labs articles. One was published by James last week, and it's very interesting. I think it's a very interesting article to see the trends and observations on the workload and on the what we see in our area. Another RIPE Labs article on IPv stockpiling was published by somebody, and it was intensively discussed this morning in the Adverse Policy Working Group. So if you're interested in that one, you can read up there. And actually, I want to also here pose a question. Whenever you would like to get more insights on something and would like to have, why you can make a RIPE Labs article about something, let us know, and we are happy to do that. I'm almost at the end of my time, but I think also I'm at my last slide. So I'm actually really glad to say that our registry accuracy and integrity is very good, and we still look how we can keep that level for sure and even improve. The same applies to the world-class service that we provide. And we have proven to be robust and effective in our diligence framework against potential attacks. And I believe this is a good moment to thank the whole registry team for their hard work. And I think that deserves a round of applause because you see the picture up there, and the chances are high. If you had a request recently, one of those colleagues handled them with pleasure. And and this is the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Marco. I know we have one question online. Do we have any? Let's go first online.
Yeah. This is from Robert Check of ETES GmbH. On the members' mailing list, it was recently mentioned that identity is used or is now involved for the verification of members or end users being natural persons. Could you comment why this happens using an external company, please? Sending an ID card, passport copy scanned to the RIPE NCC is one thing, sending it to somewhere another. It's unclear where identity is legally and physically located.
Well, the reason is indeed GDPR, because having those IDs and so on in our records is not GDPR compliant. So we were looking for a solution that is according to European requirements. And this third party does this, and they are based in the European Union. They apply with GDPR, and we don't see those passwords anymore, and nothing can happen to those IDs.
I think Peter was up first.
Nico Bros-Anthony with Funkvergrat. Wanted to ask, you mentioned that there's now a last checked metadata for members and end users object. Are those visible in WUIs or such? Because as a network operator, I would actually be interested in saying, okay, can RIPE actually check that our records are up to date when it comes to organizational data? And if not, how can I help RIPE keep those up to date?
Some of the data is in the RIPE database, in particular the legal company name and the legal address, and that's also something that cannot be changed without informing us. Other information like the company registration number is not in the RIPE database. That's in our internal records.
Okay, but there's no way I can check whether RIPE can currently easily check that our records are up to date.
No, the best way is probably to reach out to us, especially if you happen to know something has changed or might have changed, and we might have outdated data, and we actually welcome this to let us know as soon as possible.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks.
Sander.
Hello, Sander Stefan speaking for myself. Basically, re-requesting what was asked during address policy, where you said like the policy allows more strict checks than the NCC was currently doing. So please, do what you said during address policy, because I think it's good to put a bit more attention to that. The other one that I was thinking about was the one where you said that people were selling AS numbers online for a one-off fee, which is not compliant with what the requirements are for keeping in touch with their customer, where you said they were selling them without asking about multi-homing or stuff like that, but the requests you get all perfectly comply with the policy. So where does this data come from? And I'm a bit worried that about organizations becoming like a commercial RAR, where they get research from the NCC and then start reselling them, and we lose track of it. So as part of NCC services, I would like to ask you to pay some extra attention there, because I think this affects the stability of the system. I know you have the tools to do it, but yeah, please put a bit of extra focus there.
Thank you. We definitely will do that. Yes.
Thank you, Sander. Are there any other comments? I was also pleased to see, the ARCs going ahead and increasing. That was one of the requests from the database task force. So it's always good to hear that. If there's nothing else, then Marco, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we have open mic. No, we don't. No, we don't. No, but seriously, first of all, I want to say that I'm actually, regarding the chair, I'm actually standing down next meeting. So if you are interested in standing for the position of co-chair of everybody's favorite working group, then please, if you have any questions, come and speak to me. The other two chairs are here as well. Something to think about for everybody listening and here. Sander.
So Stefan, I think I speak for many of us when I say thank you for all the years of hard work you put into this working group.
Well, as well, thank you. It's a great role. If you want to hear more about it, I really encourage people to stand. Brings you a little closer to the RIPE NCC, which is always nice because you get to work with some fabulous people. Something to consider for the next meeting. If there are no other comments, then this working group session is closed. Thank you.